So ek gaan die liggie aan. Good morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. Can I just have your attention? Thank you very much. Dis nou daar waar u verantwoordelik is vir lunch, raadslid. Can I please ask for your attention for our executive mayor and deputy mayor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. You may be seated. A warm welcome to everybody present at our November council meeting. I will do the formal welcome later on. This morning it's my honor and privilege to welcome Pastor Nagel Meiberg from the Doxodeo Church in Mossel Bay, who will share a word and scripture this morning and open our council meeting as per the normal procedure. Pastor Nagel, thank you very much for your availability and for coming to join with us this morning. I now hand over to you.
Goeiemôre, geagte Madam Speaker, burgemeester, onderburgemeester en raadslede. En baie dankie vir die voorreg vanoggend om net so 'n paar gedagtes met julle dan ook uit die woord uit te deel vanoggend. Nou, ons is stadig maar seker, of daar kan ek eerder sê vinniger as seker, besig om die feesseisoen binne te gaan. Dis altyd 'n besonderse tyd van die jaar en daarom wil ek vanoggend graag met julle so 'n bietjie stil staan by 'n profesie wat die profeet Jesaja gegee het reeds 700 jaar voor Christus. So ek gaan vir julle die bekende gedeelte lees uit Jesaja 9 vers 5 en 6, wat sê, want 'n kind is vir ons gebore, 'n seun is aan ons gegee, en die heerskappy is op sy skouer, en hy word genoem, wonderbare raadsman, sterke God, ewige Vader, vredevors, tot vermeerdering van die heerskappy en tot vrede sonder einde, op die troon van Dawid en oor sy koninkryk, om dit te bevestig en dit te versterk deur reg en geregtigheid, van nou af tot in ewigheid. Die ywer van die Here, van die leerskare, sal dit doen. Ek hou van die laaste gedeelte, buiten vir die belofte, die ywer van die Here, God se ywer vir ons, sal dit doen. Nou as ons die gedeelte lees, ek dink 'n groot deel wat uitstaan, veral in die konteks waarin ons dan nou vanoggend is wonderbare raadsman. Nou, toe die profeet Jesaja hierdie woorde gebruik, toe verstaan die mense rondom hom dadelik waarvan hy praat, want in daai tyd was dit 'n algemene praktyk gewees, konings, soos konings Dawid, het raadsmanne aangestel, wat die nodige wysheid en ervaring gehad het om hom dan te help en hom te adviseer. En vandag, ek dink die konteks hier, spreek nog steeds van dit, selfs in 2024 is ons wêreld nog steeds bekend met raadsmanne, met counselors, en ons weet natuurlik ons wysheid kom van die Here af. Nou, as ons net so klein bietjie vinnig kan teruggaan na die geskiedenis toe, net voordat die profeet Jesaja hierdie profesie gee, is daar iets baie interessants. Ons sien dat dit was een van die donkerste tye op die stadium in die geskiedenis van Israel gewees. Daar was die koning van daardie tyd se naam was Agas gewees. Hy was 'n baie onverantwoordelike koning gewees. Die Assiriese wêreldmagte was besig om die wêreld van daai tyd te begin oorheers. Ons sien selfs dat Israel verdeel is in 2 koninkryke. Daar's 'n noordelike koninkryk, daar's 'n suidelike koninkryk, en op 'n stadium gaan die volke van die noordelike koninkryk van Israel, hulle sê, kom ons vorm 'n koalisie, sodat ons teen hierdie wêreldmag kan opstaan, en in die proses praat hulle met koning Agas van die suidelike koninkryk, wat bekend gestaan het as Juda, en hulle sê vir hom, wees deel van ons koalisie, want ons moet opstaan teen hierdie wêreldmag. En Agas weier om dit te doen, op daai stadium praat God met hom, en God sê vir hom, want die noordelike koninkryk wil hulle toe binneval, maar God praat met Agas, met Juda, en hy sê, moenie bang wees nie, ek is met jou, en ek gaan vir jou 'n teken gee, dat ek met jou is. Raai wat doen Agas? Hy sê, ek gaan nie van God 'n teken vra nie, want ek gaan nie God beproef nie. Ek gaan nie God uitdaag nie. Maar dit was nie werklik wat binne in Agas se hart aangegaan het nie. Agas was besig met sy eie planne. En hy was eintlik besig om 'n vennootskap te sluit met die Assiriese ryk. En wat op die einde van die dag gebeur teen God se plan is dat die volk nie uitgewis word nie, maar jare en jare se ellende vir Juda as gevolg van hierdie Assiriese oorheersing, die afgode en alles wat saam met dit gekom het. Nou die vraag is, wat sou gebeur het as Agas geluister het na God se raad? God is so getrou, 2 hoofstukke later, kom hy steeds, en hy sê, ek gaan nog steeds 'n teken gee. Nog steeds 'n teken gee, al het Agas nie geluister nie, gaan ek nog steeds 'n teken gee, en dis waar hierdie profesie vandaan kom. Hy sê, ek gaan vir julle gee 'n teken, 'n kind wat gebore gaan word, die heerskappy gaan op sy skouer wees, en hy gaan wees 'n wonderbare raadsman. Hier's die goeie nuus van die feesseisoen, hier's die goeie nuus van Kersfees, dat God is getrou, en hy is 'n wonderbare raadsman. Die teken is gegee, die teken het gebeur, hy het gekom, ten spyte van die mense ontrouheid, het hy steeds gekom, en hierdie teken gegee, kind is vir ons gebore, en hy's 'n wonderbare raadsman. Dis die boodskap van Kersfees, die uitnodiging van Kersfees, is dat elkeen van ons vir hom ja sal sê, as wonderbare raadsman. Dat ons sal ja sê en sê, Here, U is die bron van ons wysheid. U is die bron van al ons kennis en ons kies om volledig oor te gee aan U. Ek hoop dat dit vanoggend vir elkeen van julle 'n groot stuk bemoediging is. Dis die einde van die jaar, ou voel so bietjie moeg, maar God se getrouheid is altyd daar. Hy's altyd daar om ons te lei. Hy begewe ons nooit, hy verlaat ons nooit nie. Ek dink dikwels in ons lewens kom ons by plekke en geleenthede waar ons miskien partykeer wil vra, hoekom Here? Hoekom Here? Terwyl die skrif en spesifiek hierdie gedeelte ons nooi om nie te sê hoekom nie Here, maar hoe nou? Hoe nou? Want wanneer ons na hom toe gaan as wonderbare raadsman, is hy getrou. Die teken is vir ons gegee en ons is sekuur in hierdie wete dat God vir ons is en met ons is. Kom ons bid saam. Here, baie dankie vir oggend dat hierdie profesie van Jesaja lewendig is. Meer lewendig as ooit van tevore, want U het gekom, U het die koninkryk op aarde begin, U het selfs die mag van die dood verbreek, U het opgestaan en U leef, en hierdie teken is lewendig, want U leef. Here, dankie dat ons volledig op U kan staatmaak. Wonderbare raadsman, sterke God, ewige Vader, vredevors. Here, ek dankie vir oggend vir ons plaaslike regering. Dankie Here dat ons U altyd kan nader. Ek dink ook aan U woord wat in die Nuwe Testament sê, nader tot my en ek sal tot julle nader. Dankie vir U getrouheid. Ek bid vir ons raad, Here. Dankie vir die krag en sterkte wat U vir hulle gee vir die laaste deel van hierdie jaar, maar ook vir volgende jaar. En ook vir die wysheid wat U nodig is. Dankie dat ons dit vanoggend kan vra en kan ontvang en kan bid dat U in ons pragtige omgewing altyd verheerlik sal word. Ons bid dit in Jesus naam. Amen. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Pastor Nagel, on behalf of Council, for sharing the word this morning with us. We are indeed blessed. And also reminded of why we will be celebrating the birth of Christ and the reason why He has been born. I would like to extend an invitation to you to join our council meeting. Should your schedule permit you to do so, you're welcome to take a seat in our gallery. But I also understand that community activists such as yourself also does have a hectic schedule and you're busy with the work of the Lord, so I would not have a problem to excuse you to continue to do so. But thank you very much, and also many blessings for your congregation, and may God bless the work of your hands. Thank you very much. Everybody, we now just await our Executive Deputy Mayor to take his seat. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, all members of Council, Municipal Manager, all our directors present, the support staff, and the staff from the various departments, our sign language interpreter, Matthews, our interpreter, welcome to you, and all the members from the public who are joining this council meeting this morning online. Also, Councillor Debula. Councillor Debula, can you confirm if you can hear me very clearly? Councillor De Bula. Is he still on Teams? Okay, Councillor De Bula, can you confirm if you are present in the meeting, please? Or is there no sound? Is he muted? You can see that he's busy speaking, yeah. Okay, can I just ask perhaps, Ronel, will you be able to assist speaker to just find out from Councillor De Bula if he has any technical problems? I just want to know so that I'm sure as we will be proceed and perhaps possibly have to vote, I need to know if he's present in this meeting. Our attendance register is circulating, kindly please to sign. Then there is no other councillor who has submitted a leave of absence application to my office, but I see Councillor Baron is not present, and I note the light of Councillor Liebenberg.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. He's still in the West Coast. Couldn't make it. I think he'll only be back over the weekend.
Thank you very much. Ronel, did we receive a leave of application? Not. Please kindly note as such. Thank you very much. We then move to Roman 4 on our agenda. Thank you, colleagues. The disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1, Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Is there any councillor who wishes to disclose any interest on our council items? None, thank you. We move. Roman 5, the disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5, Code of Conduct for Officials of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, 2000, Municipal Manager.
Thank you, Speaker. Item E325, Speaker. The MM and management will excuse themselves from the council chamber when that item is discussed.
Thank you very much. It is noted and recorded as such. We then move to Roman 6 on our agenda. It is the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. The minutes of the special council meeting that was held on Wednesday, the 30th of October 2024, with folio numbers 2201 to 2250. Can I please have a proposer in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Alderman Talamine, thank you very much. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk. Thank
you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any councillor who wishes to do any corrections from the minutes of that meeting? Councillor Gous.
Speaker, my apologies. Is this the meeting that we had regarding where I brought in the motions on the fireworks, or is this the meeting prior to that, the minutes prior to that, the meeting before? My apologies.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Just one sec. Okay. Thank you, Ronel. Thank you. Councillor Gous is asking about the, all right, from 2201. Minutes of a special council meeting, finance management report, implementation of the upper limits. Implementation of the upper limits. Okay, item E277, the motion of exigency in terms of Rule 57, clarity on the status of Erikidi Park. Councillor Gous, that's the motion that served at that meeting.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm speaking about the second one, which was on the fireworks. I'd like to just...
E277,
yes, on those minutes. If I can ask that that just be amended to the fact at some point I did say that the ACDP will withdraw the motion, but that was with the understanding that the other party was actually in agreement with me regarding the bylaw. So if they can just stipulate that the ACDP said we will withdraw the motion if, because currently it says the ACDP withdrew the motion, but then it goes on to record a vote on the two motions. And then, Speaker, if I can also just ask, I note that my apology in council is also included in the minutes, and it says relating to item 3, if they can also just be corrected to not say relating to item 3, but say specifically relating to the driver issue. I think that might be the simplest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. The corrections are noted and recorded as such. Any other corrections from that minutes? None. Thank you. We then at the minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, 31st of October 2024, folio numbers 2250 to 2566. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor van Dijk will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder for Councillor van Dijk?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Thank you, Alderman Delamain. Is there any corrections from those minutes? None. Thank you very much. We then move. Thank you very much, Councillor De Bula. We note your hand. Would you like to say something? Can you speak now? Okay, now he's off mute. I can see because that light thing. Okay, can I then make a ruling? It seems as if perhaps it's on his side, I don't know, if Sibu can assist, but Ronel, can I ask that you perhaps just get an indication from Councillor De Bula that he can share via WhatsApp with you, that you can just communicate with me. Okay, I am going to move. Thank you very much. Roman 7, cognizance of the executive mayors and deputy executive mayors' resolutions in terms of their delegated authority as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government, which is the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. In front of councils, the following items: FC 55 to FC 64, G50 to G56, item CS 72 to CS 81, item PE 128 to PE 154, items T39 to T45, items CG 45 to CG 49, items E 311 to E 314, and then the UB 68 to UB 87. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose all these items.
Alderman Delamain, thank you very much. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Delamain?
Seconding would be Councillor van Dijk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any questions on those items? None, thank you very much. We then move to Roman 8 on our agenda. It is cognizance of the municipal manager's resolutions in terms of his delegated authority as per the Council Resolution D 127 of November 2008, as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government, which is the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. The items before Council is GM 81 to GM 89. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder for Councillor van Dijk, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you, Alderman Delamain. Is there any questions from Council on this item? I see the light of Councillor Buddha. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. GM 85.
GM 85.
So, Chairperson, is a good thing to do. The residents are happy to be helped by this council. As we always say, it's a caring organization. But can we make sure that in this festive season, Chairperson, especially the Xmas, nobody's power is blocked, nobody, the water is on drip, till maybe next year, end of January, so that we can just start again to do our job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A request from Councillor Buddha in terms of blockages of electricity and water. Municipal Manager, would you like to respond? Thank
Speaker,
you.
thank you. Yes, Speaker, I don't the answer will be, I don't want council to take a resolution like that, because it won't be it will be an irregular resolution, but we will handle it administratively, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Buddha, are you comfortable with the response and accept it as such? Thank you very much. We then move to Roman 9 on our agenda, which is the communication by our Executive Mayor, Alderman Kutse, and I now hand over to the Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much and good morning to everybody. As you all know, we have taken a decision about 2 months ago to open the Mural Art Gallery in the foyer, and that opening will happen tomorrow night, and we did invite all the councillors first before we invited other guests. So to those who RSVP, thank you very much, and that function will start Friday night at 18:30. And we are looking forward hosting artists and then obviously councillors and other community members. And then I also want to thank Willie and Aiden and Serene and Runel, who's put in a lot of work. Willie has been running around, and Aiden as well, and Sibu also with some of the QR codes and designs. So thank you very much to that team. And then also thank you very much to the team, the switching on of the Christmas lights. That will take place on the 6th of December at the Giddy Park. And Willie just informed me that a lady phoned from Oudtshoorn and that she inquired about the switching on of the festive lights. She mentioned that they saw something on Facebook, and they do attend it every year. So that was very nice news to hear. And the various faith-based leaders and local artists will once again gather with the community of Mossel Bay for the annual switching on of the festive lights this year. And this year we will then focus on a bit more on the youth. I must also mention with the opening of the art gallery tomorrow night, we will also focus, the theme will be youth art. And then with the switching on of the festive lights, we will this year have a bit more of a program where we cater for the kiddies, so that they can enjoy it more, because every year we see many of them that come there, and we of the opinion that they might only be there to receive the sweet parcels afterwards. So while they're there, we might as well try to get the message to them in a more exciting way that they would like and understand, and that which will relate to them. So thank you once again to the same team who's working on that, and we're really looking forward to that function as well. It's every year very well attended and something that we are very proud of, or can feel very proud of. And then I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the municipal manager and all the directors, speaker, all the employees of this organization, for everybody who's working through the holiday period. We know that our population basically double over the festive season, and we have seen in many other years over the festive season that there might happen some emergencies. It's almost inevitable, but we know that we are in good hands with our administration, and we also want to thank all of them for their hard work throughout the year, to all the officials. And then also to all the councillors, speaker, and to our community members, may you and your loved ones have a blessed festive season and a happy new year. Stay safe, get some well-deserved rest, and we will see you next year again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor, and will you tell us later where we can get our Christmas gifts? Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for sharing your communications with Council this morning, and also the Christmas wishes extended to everybody. Councillors, then we are at the communications of the Speaker. Also from my side, a few things this morning. We will be doing some acknowledgements and the certificates. Do we have the certificates ready? Thank you very much. We will be acknowledging our department responsible for our beaches, who have received acknowledgement for blue flag recognition. And I would like to call upon the portfolio chairperson, Councillor Van Dijk, and then our acting director, Mr. Henry Williamson, to come to the front as the executive mayor will then hand over the certificate. MM, would you like to join?
No, it's fine.
Is it fine? Thank you. Is it certificates? What is Mira? Oh, that is fire. Okay, before you start, let me just read out. We have received blue flag recognition of 15 years for the Hartenbos speech. Then for the 2024 and 2025 year, we also have received blue flag status for the following beaches: Hartenbos, Santos, De Bakker, Glentana and Kleinbrak. Then for 2024 and 2025, pilot sites which have been identified and are being recognized is Tweekeilen and Suiderkruis. Well done to the relevant department for the work that you're doing there, and it's an honor to receive this recognition. Council, can we give the two gentlemen a round hand of applause? Thank you very much. Okay. Then we have a very important one also. Ons sal met 'n pragtige raam kry hiervoor. Dit kan nie 'n sakkie wees nie. Raadslid van Dijk. Ja. Ons kan daar maar seker meneer Williamson. Ja, 'n goue ene. Goed, baie dankie. Councillors, we are very proud and pleased. We have received recognition from the South African Police Services. This is for the Garden Route District. We have been awarded a certificate of appreciation to the Mossel Bay Law Enforcement and Traffic K9 Unit. I hereby wish to express my sincere appreciation for your commitment and dedication in your efforts to combat crime during the 2024 year in the Garden Route District. SAPS value your continuous support, and it has been signed by the Garden Route District Commissioner, Major General, wat is die naam, Raadslid Leon? Sichana. Okay. Round hand of applause to our law enforcement and K9 unit and Councillor Van Dijk for this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, you can just stay there. We have one more very interesting certificate, which you have also been a participant of. We have a certificate. I would like to call upon Alderman Delamain to come join the Mayor to receive the certificate. This is a certificate by the Eden Protocol team for the Ice Bucket World Record. Director Nel, were you part of that exercise? U kan ook vorentoe kom. Het u 'n bakijs oor u kop gehad? Okay, kom. Councillor Leroux, you must also come to the front. Het u gecheer? Okay, goed. Okay. Okay, Directeur Nel, jy's 'n superwoman as jy 6 gehad het, hoor. Ons moet jou ten minste nou vir 'n foto kry, ja, want jy moes baie koud gekry het. Het hulle op breinselle gevries. This is for the Ice Bucket World Record Challenge certificate proudly presented to the Mossel Bay community, which was represented by the councillors and the mayor. It took place on the 30th of October 2024. Well done, Mayor. Mayor, hoeveel het jy gehad oor jou kop, voor ek die aangee? 10. Okay, goed. Jy verdien hierdie certificate. Thank you very much, councillors. Then, thank you, Executive Mayor. We are then at the part where we need to congratulate councillors who have celebrated their birthday, and it's my honor this morning to acknowledge all the lady writers who celebrated her birthday on the 20th of November 2024. Blessings to you, all the lady writers. Wish you health and good success. I know you had a good birthday because I received some cake from you. Councillor Table Setunsha, congratulations. You celebrated your birthday on the 15th of November. We'd also like to wish you well, and may God grant you also success and good health for the year ahead. Then Councillor Donovan Claassen celebrated his birthday on the 2nd of November. Councillor Claassen, also warm wishes to yourself, and may the year ahead also bring you great success and good health. Then Councillor, sadly, we also this morning have a list. Councillor Gous, my apologies.
No problem. Speaker, I thought there was a small administrative mistake, I think. Just an oversight on Councillor Porter's birthday, which was on the 8th of November.
Definitely oversight. And sincere apologies for that, Councillor Porter. Warm wishes to yourself, and may the year ahead also bring you many blessings and good health from God. Then, councillors, we have a list of members from the public who has passed on, and I would like to ask that you please join me for a moment of silence as we also honor them. Thank you very much, everybody. You may be seated. Then just lastly from my side, councillors, this is our last council meeting for the year. God kept us. I wish to thank you on behalf of myself, my office, the Council Support Office, for your support and being able to work with you in 2024. It has certainly been a productive, interesting and productive year. We had a lot of challenges, but also great success. And I want to thank you for your mutual respect towards myself as the speaker, and for being able to have the honor to serve with all of you. And then wishing you all blessed festive season with your loved ones. Councillors, you will note we have 46 council items this morning, Councillor Gous. So it's going to be a while. And I can just inform you that, yes, Councillor Buddha, we have made preparations for council to have a cup of tea. So ek sal sien as ons by die 20ste merk kom of ons dalk kan breek vir daardie koppie tee. Dit is sommer ook net om te sê dankie vir almal. Goed. We then move immediately to our agenda.
Written questions received, Speaker.
Oh, my apologies. I omitted. I have one thing. Written questions received. This morning, my office was informed of a question to the Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor, did you receive that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You can respond. Thanks, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. I've received the questions, and it is signed and as within the rules of order. I must just mention that the FLIS project is a provincial project, and the rules of order stipulate that it should be submitted to 6 days, just to give me a chance to prepare the answer, Speaker. So I've only received it this morning. So I will get the information from province and from our housing department, and then answer the question in the next meeting, if it's fine with you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Then to the Chief Whip of the ANC, the Mayor has then requested time, and that he will then at the next meeting provide yourself and Council with a response. The Chief Whip of the ANC acknowledged and accept as such. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillors, we are at the agenda. I just wish to to quickly address item E328, which we will not handle now, but I need to bring your attention to it. When we get to that item, through Director Potgieter, who's the relevant department, we have arranged for the signing of the pledge, and we will then have that ceremony when we deal with the item. Thank you very much. We are then at the first item this morning, which is item E315. The second adjustment budget for the financial year 2024 and 2025. It is the operating and capital budget before council for consideration, and the recommendations listed 1 to 3. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I will gladly propose. Thank you.
Good morning, Alderman Furness. You're looking snazzy there in your suit. Thank you for proposing. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I will second Councillor Furness.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? I see the lights of Councillor Liebenberg and then Councillor Buddha in that order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Freedom Front will abstain from this item.
The Freedom Front indicating that they are abstaining. We then record as such. Thank you very much, Councillor Liebenberg. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we welcome this item. Madam Speaker, you want justice, Councillor must take consideration of maybe the rules and regulations of the MFMA. When we apply the dollar allocation, we borrow money. When we apply the mixed fund from the province, we must know exactly where we can allocate it. You can't just borrow money time and again. At the end of the day, people outside are suffering. I'm talking about informal settlement, 33, plus minus 33 informal settlement in the greater Mossel. I'm talking about the backyards, so on and so on. When we apply, you must not take the money and then use somewhere else. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's a comment which is noted. Thank you very much and recorded. Thank you, Councillor Buddha. See the light of Councillor Kwaza. You may proceed, Councillor Kwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chief Whip said, Councillor Buddha, it's very frustrating every time when we come here. It's the same thing, because since 2021, we've been saying the same thing, that also the money that is allocated in wrong wards, or they say that you've got this amount in your wards whereby it doesn't belong in your wards. And also it seems like in our wards, they are not taken into consideration, because in each and every time we call IDPs and people, they attend, but what they said, they don't accommodate what people raise in the IDP meetings. And also, if we see that Mayor took his power to prioritize sewer station, whereby we've got lots of issues in our areas that need attention, but none of those issues has been attended. Also, in example of amounts that are allocated in wrong wards, I spoke with the director of corporate regarding that. What impact does it have when you say this amount belongs in this ward whereby it does not belong? It have a huge impact in our wards. And also, oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gwaza. Your inputs are noted and it is also recorded, and you also have a beautiful dress on this morning. Thank you. Do you have a follow-up question?
It just came on, Madam Speaker.
Okay, your
and
last
also,
bite.
Madam Speaker, if you see, there is amount of 3 million for K9 unit, whereby we see in our wards there's nothing. And also, as we said, like, if you check in other wards, there's amount that is less than. If you check the annual salary of the mayor, you check those awards, they receive less amounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's noted. Thank you very much, Councillor Kwaza. I see the lights of Councillor Gous and then Councillor Van Dijk in that order. Thank you very much. Councillor Gous, you can proceed first. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first let me say this item was a little bit difficult to navigate between the rollovers approved, not approved, some of it approved, then amounts paid back and so on. But I think if I boil it down to the last thing, is that it seems like there was 514, 500, oh, I'm feeling like somebody in politics now.
Sorry.
514,000.
540.
No, 500,000. Let me rather say that. My brain is just fried. For the establishment of the Law Enforcement Reaction Unit, due to the fact that there was no proof that the unspent funds were committed. If we could just get some clarity on that, because I know there's been a lot going on in that unit. So it was a little surprising that there was, I think there might have been something that's not fully disclosed in the item, that we can understand why that happened. And then also, distressingly, the fact that the grant for title deed restoration, that some of that money has now been taken back. The ACDP has argued for a long time about the dignity of giving somebody the title deed to a home and the positive impact that that has on broader society, not just that family. So if we could get an explanation as to why that money was unspent as well. Thank you, Speaker. And then I think there was also an amount not approved for rollover regarding, okay, it was 3 million, almost 4 million for title deeds restoration. And yes, I think then there was also for the integrated residential development program, there was a request and not everything was approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Your 3 questions. I see the light. I'm just going to ask Councillor Van Dijk. Thank you very much. If you can respond to that 3 questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to ask the directors to jump in. The first one about the $500,000. I will ask Mr. Williamson to give a feedback there, and then the other 2, the title deeds and the integrated development, I'm going to ask Mr. Venter to give a report back on that. Thank you.
Okay,
and then we brought Ms. Basson in specifically for this item. When this item is finished, she's going to excuse herself. If she wants to add, she can add. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before the directors respond, Councillor Van Dijk, can I have also your comment or question?
Madam Chair, mine was just a comment through you to the councillor with regards to the K9. I cannot understand the constant battering of the K9 unit. The K9 unit is specifically placed at the SPCA. It was specifically placed in that specific area to ensure that there is a presence in the area. I have on how many occasions, also in the committee meetings, indicated why we've done it. It's a repetitive question in council all the time, and I cannot understand why. It's been explained that the K9 unit was placed there for a specific reason, to make sure that there's a presence in that specific area. Yet we keep on harping on the same aspect every council meeting or in committees. I've explained it how many times?
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk, for your input. It's noted. I will ask Acting Director Williamson to respond, and then on the $500,000, and then Director Venter on the last 2 questions. And if Vicky can assist, then I will also allow her. Mr. Williamson?
Speaker.
Can I have the red light? Where's the red light? Thank you, Councillor Kwaza. You can proceed, Director.
Madam Speaker, there are several aspects within the grant funding that played a vital role and required a rollover. I can especially say in the protective clothing side, there was a significant problem with the service provider. At the end, it led to legal services had to come in, and we need to stop the contract, the delivery with them. So that had the effect on the tender that was provided. and we were so near to the end of the year as well. The other one what we had was the veterinary services. There was dogs that we budgeted for the dogs, but at the end, some of the dogs came late, so there was no need for that expenditure at that time. So we just asked for a rollover for the next financial year. Then it was also the vehicles that had an issue. There was vehicles ordered. The vehicles were delivered late due to delivery issues from the plants. So the funding that was provided there was not fully utilized then. Cleaning products, we did buy cleaning products, but as well as we're saying, we cannot overload the stuff, so the dogs were not here. There's only a certain limit of stock that we can use for cleaning, so we don't overstock what we needed. So there was funding, and then training was also issued. It was a limited budget, and the time frame was also limited, and we could not use that. And that had the influence on the traveling and substances, as well as the employee-related costs that we used the grant also to make provision for overtime, so that we don't use the municipal CRR funding for that purpose. But then from national it came that the BCA, for a certain level of your task grading, you were not allowed to work overtime. Unfortunately, the K9 unit resort into that limit, so that funding could not be utilized for that type of purpose. So currently we're in the process of handling that. And then the grant funding also included the launch of the K9. The budget made provision for a certain amount that we used in the previous financial year. And what happened in the end of the previous financial year, it came to that the site will be launched by the Premier. So then we didn't make provision on the funding for that launch because it was late in the previous financial year. So what we then, as there was funding left from a previous year, we just asked for a rollover to cover for the one in this current financial year, to which province said they've got no problem. Then training aid kits. Usually we buy the training aid kits. It's expensive equipment. We use it actually one for a full year, then you need to buy another one. So what we did is we did buy a training aid kit, but the funding that we provided was actually too much. So we asked that we can also roll over so we don't lose that funding for the coming financial year. Then the other issue on the majority of the funding was the K9, the office and the fencing. So what happened there is, when we started the project, we did the roof first of all. It happened that the first contractor that got the function to fulfill it did not work within the requirements. So engineers had to come in and they said, this carport that's been erected for the K9 is not in support and it needs to be cancelled. So we had to start the project over again. So that led to a delay in completing the whole process as planned accordingly. So that is more or less in short the issues that led to the request for rollovers of the unspent funding from the previous financial year.
Thank you very much. Acting Director, if you can just switch off your light. Director Venter, are you ready with your response, please? Can I just have, thank you very
Speaker,
much.
thank you. I can give Council the assurance that both projects are continuing, and it's more of a technical nature pertaining to the Finance Department. Maybe either of the CFO or Vicky can just respond to that, but just to give Council the assurance that both projects are continuing, and this is actually reported to monthly to the committee as well.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Would you like to give input? Thank you very much. Yeah, please come to the mic. It's not often that we have you in the council meeting, so I want to do it properly, that you can give the clear answers because you work with everything. Thanks so much, Vicky.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In the letter, we also stated that there is some discussions and appeals that is coming from our admin office to the provincial department, and especially relating to the K9 grant, the ISOOP grant, we call it the ISOOP grant, the informal settlement grant, the human settlements development grant, the IRDP grant. We had a session with provincial treasury, as well as the Department of Infrastructure this week on Tuesday. The reason for the anomalies between what is stated in the letter that they are the money that they take away from the municipality is because they honestly didn't read our annual financial statements correctly. So there was some unpaid grants that was also included in those notes, and we just explained and had that session with them to explain the reasoning for the differences. So, as I said, we did write an appeal letter to them to say that we want to keep those funds, and they are now considering it. They made the commitment on Tuesday to consider all of those projects, and then will give us some feedback again. So that's the reason why we didn't include those amounts in this adjustment budget. You will see the adjustment budget is only adjusted for 3 reasons. The one is MIG, where a 56,000 rand calculation error was made, and that was DORA to all the municipalities. Okay. The second one is the EPWP national grant, which was rejected. Yes. And I can just mention there that the specific reason for that was not because the projects weren't completed. All of them were completed. The supplier of the service weren't VAT registered. So that portion of the VAT, in some cases, were 120,000 rand on a project. We didn't need to pay over to SARS. Okay. So it was really a saving in that regard. And then the last one that we are tabling is the one on the title deeds restoration. And with the discussions that we had with the department, it seems as if you will see in our previous financial year, there was a 3.9 million rand, which they did roll over to this, to the 23-24 year. And then again, they gazetted that same 3.9 million. So I think it was just an administrative error. It's not as if we needed that money. We did write them a letter on specifically what the funds is that we need to continue with that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for your comprehensive feedback and also for providing to the full council the clarity on the 3 issues in terms of what we have. Councillor Van Dijk and then Councillor Gous for a follow-up.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just want to clarify something to council. I think there's a misconception that this K9 unit only belongs to Mossel Bay. It does not. The province has placed this unit with Mossel Bay being the base to serve the entire district, 7 municipalities. So when we speak about this K9, we need to take into account that it has a broader spectrum of service, and that's the entire district. I think we sometimes forget this, but this is explained at every committee meeting. So please, I want us to take cognizance, because it comes up at every committee meeting as well. It's not only for Mossel Bay, it's for the entire district. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Your point is noted. Follow up from Councillor Gous and then Councillor Gwaza. I will give you an opportunity. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP wasn't raising any issues regarding legitimacy of the K9 unit. We are speaking only to the budget issue regarding it. But I do also want to say, while we understand what the MMC is saying, that the K9 unit is for all the surrounding municipalities as well, I also wanted noted that the Mossel Bay municipality is the only one carrying the cost, which is a concern. Well, we passing out the use of the K9 unit free of charge to other areas. We can discuss it when you have the light, MMC.
Thank you very much. Yes, so, can we just have
thank you, Speaker.
To the point, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so I'm just trying to understand the almost 4 million for the title deeds restoration project. If I've understood what Ms. Basona said now, is that that amount was gazetted to us twice, but we only needed it once. If I could just get clarity, because I think that's what she said, but I'm not 100% sure. And then the other thing, through you to Mr. Williamson, I heard a long list of items that were funds that were actually committed. So I can't understand why we were then not given the rollover, because the rollover says specifically that it was due to funds or not being able to prove that the funds were committed. But almost everything that Mr. Williamson mentioned, it sounded to me like the funds were committed. They were already, you know, there were specific plans, there was just late delivery, etc. If I could just get clarity on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Vicky, I'll give you an opportunity now, Councillor. Can I just have the light for Vicky? You can keep your light on, Councillor Kwaza. Vicky,
Thank you,
very much.
Speaker. We didn't receive anything, Councillor, in writing to say that that was actually what happened, that it was gazetted twice, but from our offices, we indicated what is the specific amount that is required to handle those specific title deeds. And that was a total of only 245 or 254,000 rand. So it was not nearly the 3.9 million that is indicated.
Thanks for that clarity, Vicky. Mr. Williamson, will you be able to give clarity on your input, and then directly thereafter I'll move to Councillor Kwaza for an opportunity. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I can comment on some of it and I'll do my utmost best. I'm not a financial fundi.
I understand.
Some of these funds are part of an operational budget.
Correct.
And some are capital.
Correct.
Now, usually when you do requests for rollovers, it is only relevant to capital funding. So when it comes down to operational funding, it's not actually being done. And we needed to explain quite clearly to province why the operational side were actually the most, as I recall, the most funding will lie there because of late deliveries and things like that. It's operational funding. So you don't have a commitment beforehand in spending it. You must, as the need arises, you do your requisitions, you place your orders, and then you spend it. On the capital funding, they did allow us certain of these capital rollovers so that we can continue, especially the K9 fencing one. I know Vicky, yesterday in our meeting, she did make an argument about that. That was her one concern. And then they said, okay, and I'm going to mention it. In this case now, they are looking at a situation, and Vicky also mentioned there's another funding that they actually, I someone call it overcharging or whatever. So what they said, they're going to allow us another portion of a grant for the adjustment budget, which will cover our expenses on the 75 that we actually need, because they can't change it now, and also to cover the loss, as Vicky has mentioned to them. So that is actually cancelled out. So at the end, after we get to 75,000 what they require, plus we will then be left with another 100,000 that we can utilize at the K9 unit. So that covers all the expenses on that side.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kwaza.
Thank you, Madam.
Can I just have the light? Thanks, Mr. Williamson. I appreciate it. Councillor Kwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand clearly when it comes to K unit 9 unit. We make an example to show that since we started as a council 2021, there's words that has not been accommodated in capital budget, whereby there is K9 unit, there is amounts there, capital budget and operational as it has been explained. So we want to make it clear that, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. That point is well noted. Also, just for council to note that the K9 unit serves the whole of Mossel Bay. It's not just a K9 unit there, it's for all the wards, Councillor Kwaza. But your point is noted in terms of the piece of the pie for the rest of the wards. That's what you're speaking to. I get your point. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions of clarity? If there's none, I'm moving. The Freedom Front has indicated that they are abstaining from this item. Councillor Furness has proposed it. It has been seconded by Councillor Kutsia. Is there any other objections? The ANC, Councillor Gwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We as an ANC, we are against it.
The ANC indicate that they are against this item. Councillor Gous, I see your light. Can you please confirm your position?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I don't think we can be against rollovers, but the ACDP will abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, I will also afford you an opportunity for the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance will abstain.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. Then lastly, Councillor Krieger. Ikosa will be abstaining. I am going to put it to a vote. Meneer Prins is net gereed om my te herinner. Dankie meneer Prins, dis hoekom jy langsaam is sit. I am going to put it to a vote as this is a financial item. The item has been proposed by thank you very much Vicky, and thank you CFO. By Councillor Furness and seconded. Can I please, seconded by Councillor Kutsia, can I please, by the show of hands, get an indication who is in support of the recommendations as proposed and seconded by the two councillors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 op die kop, 19 in support. It is recorded as such, and the item carries with a majority vote, and all the abstentions are recorded, and also the position of the ANC who is against. We then move, thank you very much, item E316, writing of irrecoverable debts for the period ending November 2024. Can I please have a proposer in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blessed day, Vicky. Council Alderman Furness is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wellman. Is there questions from this item? Councillor Gous, I see your light.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP will abstain based on 3 reasons. 1, the impact on the municipal finances. Secondly, the fact that we feel the report does not sufficiently address a long-term strategy for improving recovery rates, except to register more indigents, and this is not a sustainable approach in our opinion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The position of the ACDP is recorded. They are abstaining. Is there any other questions or comments? Thanks. We move. Item E317, disposal of capital assets. We have the recommendation in front of council for approval. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Do I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Alderman Furness, thank you very much. Questions of clarity from any councillor or any objections? Councillor Gwaza, I see your light.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will really appreciate it, Madam Speaker, if some of those computers can be donated to disadvantaged areas as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. There is a request. Do you want to respond?
We take note of the request, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Any other questions or inputs? None. The item carries then unanimously. We are then on item E318, Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for deviations approved. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose the item.
Thank you, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Can I just ask Carlin and Ronel, when we get to the 20th item, if you can just indicate for me. Thank you very much. Is there any questions of clarity to item E318 or objections? Nothing from Councillor Gwaza?
It's deviation. Oh,
we are
thank
deviations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
318. Dis bietjie te vroeg om te slaap. U kan maar voortgaan met die vraag, hè?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for reminding me. I thought it's 319. I wrote down 319. Madam Speaker, the deviations that we had on the committees was 59 in total, with the amount of 4.45 million. I just want to know, are we not planning around when it comes to deviations? Because in each and every time when we have the committee meetings, we're always dealing with deviations, and not just with small amounts. Every month it's huge amount. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwaza. Municipal Manager, can I ask the CFO to respond, or will you?
Yeah.
Councillor Kwaza is asking, is there no proper planning, and why we have so much deviations?
Speaker, to answer the councillor, it's not no proper planning. Council must take cognizance that the national legislation makes provision for deviations in supply chain management, as well as council's policy. We do it in accordance with council's policy, and I think if you look where we've been and where we are now, we're in a much better space now. Some time ago, you will remember, we brought about more than 100 deviations to council. Councillor Gous reminded us of that, and we brought it down now to an average of 50, 60 per month. The CFO had a discussion with me. There are still some of the items that are deviated on that we can treat differently. But I want to give the council the assurance it is not due to poor planning, Speaker. It is within the legal framework and within the legal policies that council approved. I don't know if CFO want to add anything.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you look at the amounts that the council is referring to, I can only take two amounts out of the report that went before the committee. One was 826,000 rand, and the other one was more than 900,000 rand, and that was for the dumping fees at Petro SA, for example. And as I want to link on to what the municipal manager just said regarding deviation. We've got one of our audit queries from the external auditor that we are fighting with them against. They said that we shouldn't have deviated, and we said, even if it's a state entity, we follow that route. So we rather follow the safe route and according to the Act than doing nothing.
Thank you very much, Mr. CFO, for that clarity. Councillor Gwaza, you covered. Okay, then the INC can go on record with your position.
We're taking cognizance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We then move to item E319, monthly reports with regards to supply chain management for the period of September 2024. For cognizance, can I have a proposer, please?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. Thank you.
Alderman Furness, can I have a seconder, please?
Second, Speaker.
Councillor Klaasen, is there any questions on this report? Councillor Gous, Raad het Gous moet net vir ons so 'n bietjie oplig vir my.
Ekskuus.
Dankie. U kan voortgaan.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP just wants to reiterate a concern that we've mentioned in the past regarding this, the granting of contingencies on tenders. Specifically, this one company, VE Reticulation, I've noticed repeatedly over the 8 years that I've been here now, constantly applying for contingency money when they're busy with a project. And I've asked if it's not a possibility that this might be used to actually present a lower bid and win the bid, but then after the fact apply for contingencies. And I actually asked for a report on the matter. I never ever received it. I know everybody's busy, but if I can perhaps ask again that we just look at this last financial year, at the projects that were given to VE Reticulation. Once you add the contingency fee to the cost of that tender, where do they stand in relation to the other bidders then? If I could have a comparison report on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous, and you're comfortable that administration will provide that to you later, or when they can. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Gwaza.
Madam Speaker, I just want a clarity because I've got a problem in each and every time when I want to check on the website under the tender that is awarded. Every time my laptop, the computer will give me problem. I won't be able to access. So where is the fairness when I want to play the oversight? In each and every time, I won't be able to access the laptop, or I must come to municipality, leave everything, and then come to municipality to make sure the laptop I can be able to, what I'm looking for, I can be able to find it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Potrito, can you assist?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I think, Councillor, if there is a problem with the laptop, our IT team will certainly assist. Perhaps while you are at the office, they can have a look at it. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much. We say CFO now. Supply chain. Ek het nog hoor.
Supply chain will buy a new laptop.
Wow, oh, okay. Councillor Gwaza, do you have access when you work on your laptop at home, like doing a normal email that you would send to the municipality? Can you do that or not?
Sometimes it gives problem. Even when I wanna check the agenda, it will give me hard times to able to go to the laptop. It's not only once off thing, it's continually thing, because every time we're going to IT to help to assist us with the laptop.
Thank you, Councillor Gwaza. Councillors, please stick to relevance on agenda points. In terms of the order rules, IT problems, I want to request that the IT department please assist Councillor Gwaza. Councillors, we move item E320, quarterly report from supply chain management for the 30th of September. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose.
Thank you, Councillor Botha. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Botha?
I will second, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen. Is there any questions from this report? None, we move. Item E321, quarterly report for expenditure, section for the period ending 30th of September. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose.
Alderman Furness, thank you very much. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to second E321.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any questions from this report from any councillor? I see no light. Item E322, quarterly variement report for the period ending the 30th of September. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Is there a seconder for Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you, Councillor Wellman. Any questions from anybody on this specific report? None, thank you. We move. Item E328, sale of items on the annual auction for the year 2024 and 2025. The recommendations are listed 1 to 3. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll propose E323.
Alderman Furness, thank you very much. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness?
I support, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? No objections. Agreed to. We move. Item E324, general valuation, the date of valuation. This is with the recommendations 1 and 2. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second for the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. This is now for the date of valuation and then the implementation of the new role, which will be from the 1st of July 2027. Any questions of clarity? Objections? None. Agreed to. We move. Thank you very much. Dat is hier waar u zelf
En die directeur.
en die directeur moet verskoon want dit handel oor u.
Yeah. Speaker, I just want to mention that the official, the who works for the PMS on this level. He will be in council if there are any questions. I'm talking about Obas Lau.
Dis
Any
Henry
questions?
meneer
Henry, sorry,
nie
Speaker.
Obas
Sorry,
nie,
Speaker.
dankie MM. Thank you very much, Municipal Manager and Directors. You are excused. CFO, die CFO se hand is op. CFO, gaan u sit.
Daar is van ons wat nie betrokke is in hierdie verslag nie. Mag ons bly of
U
moet
mag
ons ook?
sit, ja. Meneer Williamson, affecteer dit u ook? Okay, dan kan u sit. U is baie welkom. Ek wil nie so u op en af laat loop nie, maar dit is mos nie te sê dat u gaan nie. Steek op 'n ligter dood. Raadslede, voor ons vanoggend is die uitkoms van die performance evaluations wat gehou was. U sien die aanbeveling vir die raad om vanoggend goed te keur met al die scores en die punte. Kan ek vra vir 'n voorstel in die verband asseblief?
Madam Speaker, before I propose, may I just say two things. One, thank you very much to the directorates for tremendous work done in the past year. I think that we owe them a sincere measure of gratitude. Secondly, I would like to just, for a matter of being comprehensive, mention that on page 2681, there was Councillor Leon's name was omitted by mistake. And I would like for us just to be comprehensive and add that. And then with that I propose.
Thank you very much. There's, thank you. The thanks is welcome and noted. Alderman, ja, dat sal nog kom, Raadslid Leon. Raadslid Leon is by die Veiligheidskomitee, né? Ja, can we please just rectify that? Councillor Leon van Dijk, you was part of that panel for the evaluation. Thank you very much. Then with the amendment, as mentioned by Councillor Leroux, can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll second with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness. Is there any questions of clarity? I'm opening up. See the light of Councillor Marchesini and then Councillor Gous. In that order, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As ANC, we don't think that we can give the directors the, what do you call it, bonuses. One thing, they don't plan for our wards. They don't do nothing with our wards.
Yes.
They don't care about it.
Yes.
And then we as the ANC, I'm just saying thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchesini. Your input is noted. I see the light of Councillor Gous and then Councillor Buddha in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP has two questions. One, why the distinction between some directorates and others? I noticed that two directorates, finance and safety, as well as the MM, are scored on 14% bonus if they score more than 70% in their performance, and the others are a maximum of 8.33%. If that could please just be explained. And then also, Speaker, if we could get a monetary value of all the bonuses, the gross monetary value. And then, Speaker, I was just taking a look at the 2006 Gazette, which is the last one I could find on this matter, or that we could find on this matter, and it actually stipulates the percentages that can be awarded for a bonus depending on the rating percentage. And I can't see that it aligns with that. So if the committee could perhaps just explain to us on what grounds they determined the 8.33% and the 14%, which legislation they relied on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Can you move to the mic, please? While Henry is coming forward, yes, Maya, I will also allow you.
Henry can also answer.
Okay, can I just have Councillor Buddha quickly and then we'll take the responses. I'll give you the opportunity now, Maya. Councillor Buddha.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker was going to ask just 10 minutes caucus.
Okay, just You want a 10-minute caucus break? Okay, thank you. Henry, Meyer? Yeah, let me first do the responses before I grant the caucus. Executive Meyer and then Henry.
Speaker, I can just mention with each and every director, there's a contract.
Yes.
So when they start employment on that date, that is the relevant legislation that refer. And then in terms of that legislation, the contractual agreement obviously signed. And then what the committee do is we score them in terms of the KPIs. And then in terms of that score, that relates to what's been discussed or agreed in the contract.
Thank you very
So-
much,
so-
Executive Meyer.
So Speaker, just so there is differentiation between them because of legislative changes. So the directors who's been here for longer, that differs from the newer ones.
Thank you, Meyer, for that clarity. Councillor Tabo, you may excuse yourself as per your request. Thank you. Henry, ek gaan vir jou vra om te reageer asseblief.
Good morning, Speaker.
Morning,
Good morning, Council. With regards to the discrepancies between the bonus percentages, the Mayor is 100% correct. It is a legacy issue. We must remember that certain directors have been appointed when certain legislation was applicable, and so we deal with a legacy issue on that. With regards to the monetary impact on council, the monetary impact on council in totality is 1,094,784 rand and 95 cents. If we take that as a proportion of the employee-related costs for the 2023-24 financial year, it amounts to 0.28% of employee-related costs. With regards to the regulation and the percentage scoring, what we just do to make it a bit more easier, because they refer to over 100%, we just revert that back so that it comes to 100%. So it's just a calculation way to make it easier. It's kind of nonsensical to say 130%, 140%. So we just revert that back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, and then Henry sits in on every committee. He does the administrative work.
Speaker, if I can just
follow up.
I do want to actually just compliment and commend him on his answers. He actually anticipated questions and had his replies ready. So thank you for that. It makes the decision easier.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you very much, and for all the work that you also do when we have this these sessions. I'm fortunate to also sit in on one. It's very difficult, Councillor Gous. Henry is not easy, but dankie Henry, jy doen goeie werk daar. Councillor Buddha, I see the light of Councillor Alderman Boyson, and then perhaps I can grant you 5 minutes caucus. Will 5 minutes suffice? Right, Alderman Boyson, and then I'll give the caucus.
Madam Speaker, I take perception because I'm the chairperson of community services. If the opposition said the director do nothing, then he said that we don't have oversight. Just in my portfolio, I was just talking out of my portfolio. We have this year, we have planted already 10,000 trees in Asla and all over in Mossel Bay. There's every day, once a week, there's a cleaning contract who's taking away the rubbish there. Madam Speaker, in Asla it's 2 times a week. Madam Speaker, there's entrepreneurs cleaning every day the streets. The people are working in the streets, you see them.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you can our beaches are clean. How can the opposition say that they don't do their work? It's just out of my department. We have already got so much clean orders. Who do that job? For me, it's a clap on my gezicht. If then they say the MICO members, who's playing the oversight role, don't do their work.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Your points are now well noted and recorded. 5-minute caucus grant to the Councillor Buddha. Before you go, Alderman Sitgo, Raadslid Leon, u kan gou vinnig u inset lewer.
Madam Speaker, I'm surprised by the comments being made in Council this morning with reference to not happening in specific areas. I would like to remind Council that in Councillor Boyson's department, we erected a play park for children in that specific area which was vandalized and carried away within one night. So it is happening in your areas. So stop making these comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Councillor Buddha, 5 minutes. No, Councillor Machusini, 5 minutes.
I think we were supposed to respond because they are talking with us.
Okay, 5-minute caucus granted. You come back with your response. Thank you very much. Councillor Jones for 5 minutes. It's a long day, Councillor Buddha. It's a long day. colleagues, I think the 5-minute caucus time frame has now been exhausted. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, thank you very much. We will now reconvene. The 5 minutes time frame of the ANC has been exhausted. So we will now reconvene with the council meeting. Just waiting for the whip to get back. I send him to call them. Are they coming? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We're now reconvening as the ANC take their seats and are back from their caucus, which they have requested. I will request Councillor Buddha. Can I please have an indication where the is? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's their item. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hand over to my colleague back on the back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gwaza will then address Council on behalf of the ANC. Thank you, Councillor Gwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We as ANC, we feel that directors are supposed to work independent because they are not politicians, they are officials. Therefore, the Dora and Mix Fund is supposed to be accommodated in all wards. So as an ANC, we abstain.
The ANC is abstaining. Thank you very much. It is noted. And we then record their vote as such. Is there any other? Councillor Mkontu?
Okay, I just want to respond to the concern that was raised before we left by our colleagues, the councillors.
You may, thank you.
Okay. Madam Speaker, our position are not the DA position, and our feelings will be not the same because we are coming from different wards. Even if you can quote whatever you're quoting, that what you're doing this and this in this ward, there's a number of things that is not happening in our ward. We have a lot of informal segment. We have a lot of the valley that are very dirty. So they cannot say that they are doing something when we are saying they will see nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. That is well noted. The ANC has put their position on record and they are abstaining on the item of performance evaluations and bonuses for the directors and Is there any other questions of clarity or objections to this item? Councillor Gous, your questions have been answered. Thank you very much. The item thus carries with the ANC that is abstaining, and their position are recorded as such. Mr. Prince, do I need a vote?
No.
Not at all. Thank you very much. The item thus carries. Thank you very much. The and directors can come back. Thank you very much. We then have the municipal managers and our directors back in the meeting. I also wish to put on record and request that the administration record Councillor De Bola has left the council meeting via Teams due to technical challenges, and I just want that to be then recorded. Councillor De Bola did submit initially an apology. Thank you very much. We are then at item E3. to 6, request for the use of deregistered municipal vehicles for K9 training. Recommendation for consideration of approval in front of council. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Chair, since I have the light, I will propose.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk, for proposing the item. Can I have a seconder for Councillor van Dijk?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
There is a seconder. It's Councillor Wellman. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and comments. I see the lights of Councillor Gous and Councillor Machesini in that order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while in principle the ACDP doesn't have an objection to the use of deregistered vehicles, we think that there are significant legal, financial and governance concerns related to the matter. So I do have some questions. First of all, the National Road Traffic Act states that these vehicles are no longer considered roadworthy and may not be used on public roads. And we want to know if the allocation for use has been the requirement of clear legal justification and compliance with municipal asset management protocols has been considered. The missed revenue, there's no quantitative estimate of the value in the item that I could see. And then also the fact that they're no longer in service, does this imply that they are not functional? And if so, who will carry the cost of maintenance and repair? And then does this allocation comply with the disposal of municipal assets policy, or is this an exception? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Councillor Machesini.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Most of the question Councillor is already asked. I want to know, K9 have budgeted for it. They don't have a budget for this, to use these cars.
Thank you for your question. Mr. Williamson will respond. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Madam Speaker, these vehicles are mentioned in this item as deregistered municipal vehicles. They'll be used for training. What we actually also meant by this, it's deregistered due to the fact that they are not functional anymore. They have been written off as part of accident vehicles. So they dented one side on the side and the other side on the back. They cannot be repaired and been identified as unrepairable. Now, instead of sending them to auction, we can rather use these vehicles at the K9 facility, which means they will be deregistered already. They will be picked up by a breakdown and then taken to the K9 facility and placed down there and be used for training on the facility, whereby we will hide narcotics and stuff so that the dogs can get trained on the facility, and which will later on also be used for public amusement if they want to see the operations of these dogs. So actually the vehicles are, there's no maintenance, there's nothing from these vehicles required anymore. They're actually just scrap as such.
Thank you very much. Scrap. Thank you very much, Mr. Williamson, for your comprehensive response. It's then very clear that it is scrap indeed that will be used for training only, and it won't cost this municipality anything because we won't be repairing it. Is there any other questions? Any objections? Agreed to. Thank you very much. The item carries. We are then on item E327 in front of council to take cognizance and also to approve our disaster management plan for 2024. Recommendation listed 1 to 2. Can I please have a proposer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, before I want to propose, I would like to thank Mr. Johnson and his department and also Mr. Williamson for all the input to deliver such a plan. It's a difficult plan to write and maintain. So thank you to the departments that have been involved and also to legal services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk, and you are proposing the item.
Indeed, Madam Speaker.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and comments. I see the lights of Councillor Gous and Councillor Liebenberg and Councillor Mkuntu in that order. Councillor Gous, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we have worked through this in the past, although I see that it was drafted in 2013, which was prior to me coming to council, but it has since been in council. I can remember us working through it, and the item states that it's unchanged, but I think there are a few things on it that might be slightly outdated. I wasn't able to read the entire report. Our time was very short, and I'd actually like to ask for consideration in that respect, Speaker, when we do have such a lengthy agenda and we've got items such as this, that we perhaps can just get a heads up a few days before, and this item, for example, sent out to us just so we can have a pre-read before the agenda is sent. I'll appreciate that. One of the concerns that I have looking at the item is the fact that we've mentioned our ecology, and I'm thinking specifically now with regards to the petrol station that has been opened there at Salt and Copper. I had a discussion yesterday with somebody that was saying to me how ecologically sensitive that is, because those tanks are actually built now, the underground tanks are actually in a flay area. And so I'm just wondering how this disaster management plan actually speaks to our spatial development planning and the approval of developments and so on. If we can take a look at that. And then I know this will be controversial, but I want to mention it because it's not only one resident that has spoken to me about this. But in our disaster management plan, we've also spoken about mass gatherings and the risks of alcohol abuse, rape, etc. But last year, I had 2 residents that contacted me that said to me when they phoned SAPS to complain about drunk youngsters in the streets and in their properties causing damage during the matric bay, that they were told by SAPS that they were requested not to act against these matrics. And the person was unable to tell me where that request came from. I'd like to know what is the Mossel Bay Municipality stance looking at the disaster management plan when we do have events. What is our stance that we put out an unequivocal message to the public that drunkenness in public and the destruction of property, whether it's private property or public property, that it will not be tolerated and that this municipality will not hesitate to act if there is damage to our property. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Gous. I see the light of Councillor Mkuntu and then Councillor Liebenberg, and then I will get a response. Councillor Mkuntu, you can proceed.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just want to take the Naziga, the council to 2697. I just want to get a clarity. I think that
page 2697. All right. Yes, I see the
table there.
The table there. Yes.
Yes. Can you just go there to technical infrastructure service streets? I just want to get a clarity whether the Naziga, the issue of tearing a road in Tanapai, the access road in Tanapai, is part of the disaster. If it's so, can you just explain to me how?
Thank you very much. We note that question also.
And the other questions will be the upgrading.
Can I just have, Rasid, kan ek gou die lig hê? Dankie.
The other question will be the upgrading of informal segment. I think it's around 8 million some odd. they are saying the whole of Municipality. As for me, we have 33 informal segment, and those 33 informal segment in other communities or other world, we don't see anything. There's not even a plan that will be saying this is the plan that will be executed in this date or on this year.
Thank you very much. Question of clarity then on the ISUP and then on the Danabai Road by Councillor Mkuntu. Thank you. We then have the light of Councillor Liebenberg and then Councillor van Dijk in that order. Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, thank you. It's just a comment and I would like to do it in Afrikaans. Do we have interpreter?
You're welcome to speak in the language of your choice.
Ons het geen beswaar teen 'n rampbestuurplan nie. Dis 'n baie goeie ding om te hê. Dit is uiters noodsaaklik, dis in elk geval wetlik. Ons is ook baie dankbaar vir die werk wat gedoen word ten opsigte van hierdie plan van ons. 'n Noodtoestand bring altyd 'n bietjie chaos en verwarring en ek is nou juis by wanneer daar 'n gebeurtenis gebeur het. En beheer is nie altyd gewaarborg nie. My vraag wat ek het, bekommernis wat ek het, is ons sektorhoofde, buurtwagte en alle ander relevante instansies wat hiermee gepaard sal gaan, is hulle bewus van die dokument? Ken hulle die dokument? En weet hulle waar om hulp te kry as hulle iets uit hierdie dokument wil kry? By navraag aan sekere buurtwagte en sektorhoofde was hulle nie eers eintlik bewus van hierdie dokument nie. Dit is my 'n probleem as so lywige, so goeie dokument in 'n kas is waar mense nie daarvan weet nie. So ons kan nie verwarring toelaat in 'n tyd van nood nie. So dit wat ek wil doen is, and I'll do it now in English again, back to English. I think it will be advisable to hold a workshop or something like that, where at least the sector heads of our municipality and the area of Mossel Municipality can be invited, so that all of them can be on the same page and what actions are expected from them during an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Being proposed by Councillor Liebenberg that this plan be communicated to the various sectors. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van Dijk, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I'll try and assist, if I may, if you'll allow me to do so. It's not only the emergency plan, I think, that should be read in terms of all forms of disaster. There's also what we call an EMP, an emergency management plan. And it has to be read with us. So it should be an annex to that, so it does make provision for ecological issues. So that's definitely the case in terms of Councillor Gouse's question.
Thank you.
In terms of drunkenness, we as law enforcement officers can only act if there is either an obstruction or the person is in the road surface from a law enforcement perspective, or in terms of the bylaw which would allow me to do so. I cannot answer on behalf of SAPS, but certainly, Councillor Gouse, the situation is not acceptable. Therefore, Council or the department normally in December calls for a meeting with all events coordinators and with all license holders, which was held last week, to tell them about the do's and the don'ts and what they should and should not be doing. And we do that once a year, and the representation was around about 70 people in that specific hall, and it was addressed by all the DLOs of the South African Police Service with the Liquor Board and with the other role players in the South African Police Service. So that was addressed, and we try and maintain and do that on an annual basis, Madam Speaker. With regards to the question of Councillor Liebenberg, yes, it is good to educate. There are certain parts which we could not put out in the public because it relates to confidential information, but certainly the training of such an emergency plan is essential, and I agree, and that could be done. That is not a problem at all.
Thank you very much for your inputs on the questions raised as the portfolio chairperson. Is there There was a specific question around the upgrading of the informal settlements. It's the ISUP, which indicates dates for the whole municipality, and then the Danabai Road by Councillor Mkuntu. Will you be able to assist?
Speaker, thank you. I think if you look at that page 2697 and the one before him, it speaks about linkages between the IDP and this plan. This plan is a sectoral plan to Council's IDP plan, and that's why they show out of the budget what has been budgeted to basically support disaster management should a disaster happen. And in this case, we all know the history of the Dana Bay Road. It's been coming on for some years. And then also UISP, we know what happens if something happens there, Councillor Mkonto. It can become very, very bad for people. That's why they included here. But I think I want to agree with Councillor Willie. Maybe it's time, Speaker, that we, MMC Van Dijk, that we have a full workshop with the head of fire safety. We've got one of the most competent heads of fire safety and disaster management. He's also the chairperson of the Western Cape Fire Forum now, Speaker. Let's have a meeting with that, and then maybe if I can make a suggestion, I can, because we should maybe workshop this plan with a community safety forum also, where the MMC, who's the chairperson, they've got a lot of external parties speaking. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, for that comments made. MMC, you can respond.
Madam Chair, Councillor Liebenberg is 100% correct. The issue that we are sitting with is Council is running a community safety forum. I can tell you that there are 43 neighbourhood watches, of which, there are 47, of which 43 are accredited. With the last round of meetings, only approximately 50 people attended. And the invitations were sent out widely, by phone, by email. So there's also a lack of interest sometimes from parties. But that this can certainly be done, that is not a problem at all. But I think that we should put this under the auspices of the CSF and then get the neighbourhood watches to attend. That is quite important because we are driving it, but the lack of attendance is an issue.
Thank you very much for your inputs made. Is there any other questions? Councillor Mkonto?
Madam Speaker, I'm not satisfied by the
response.
Yeah, but we can just leave it. But I need to just to get the history of this the road that you've been talking about, the Tanapai access road. You mentioned that it's coming long way.
Yes, Councillor Mkonto.
Speaker, I think I don't. We must go back in previous financial years where the project was approved by Councillor Mkonto. It stemmed from action from the community where they completely closed off Dana Bay with mass action. They closed the robots there, nobody could move in and out. No emergency vehicle. And that's where it came to about that it was a decision taken that an alternative route for when things like that happen should be constructed in Dana Bay. But that decision was taken long ago. I think, Chairperson, Speaker, once we have the workshop, the councillors can collect all the relevant questions and we can answer it there when we do have Mr. Johnson also involved. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, you are correct. The is referring to riots in previous years, Councillor Mkonto. That's when Council identified the risk because that community has only one access road. Yes, Councillor Gous.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. If I can maybe just add to that, I remember a significant concern or contributor to the decision for that road was those fires that were in Dana Bay at that time. Yes. And people would have been trapped if the fire had swung. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I omitted that. Yes, Councillor Gous is also correct. That's why I was also part of that council decision. Councillors, is there any? Yes, last by Councillor Mkonto.
Yeah. Then that means I'm a little disturbed because that thing was happening in my ward. And the people of Asla, they also have one access road that is coming in. Then they were never taken in consideration. I mean, they were never prioritized. We only prioritized the Tanapai. because even in Asla, they were not even having access to move. The only way to come out in that area of my ward is the road that is coming out from the this side of Circle, the Atriums. So they never have a chance to go out also.
Thank you for raising that input, Municipal Manager. Perhaps I trust that it is also in the IDP for that ward, but that input is noted from Councillor Mkontu. Is there any objections to the item? This is the disaster management plan. Is there any objections from anybody to this item? Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you will just allow me, I don't have any objections. I accept it. I just want to perhaps ask if, since it is now a discussion about a possible disaster, if Asla cannot use the exit through the Mosdastria complex that's there. That road runs right through and comes back down onto Louis Fourie if a person needs to get out there urgently.
Thank you, Councillor Gous, for that input. It's noted.
Yeah, it's noted.
Okay, and perhaps at the workshop, maybe those are the type of inputs that can also be included. Thank you, Councillor Gous. If there's no objection to item E3 to 7, is there a light? Then the item carries unanimously. All the inputs are noted, and it is recorded, and then the proposal for a workshop with all the relevant stakeholders that can include council, am I correct, MMC? Workshop can include, where the stakeholders can include council also. We can extend to the council. Can I add that?
Will be done, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The item carries unanimously. We are then at item E328. In front of council this morning is the adoption of the Code for Ethical Leadership in Local Government. Annexure A, correspondence by Salga. Annexure B, it is the document. And then we have the recommendations for council listed 1 to 8. Can I please have a proposer in this regard? Voorstel asseblief.
Proposed, Madam Speaker.
Dankie, Raadslid Leroux. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Annie. Is there any questions?
Speaker, I can't. Can I make a proposal, Speaker? Can't.
Yeah,
Okay.
amen.
Speaker, I just want to point out point 5 of the recommendation. Just a very small amendment to that. It says that all senior managers accountable to the municipal manager sign the code. It doesn't include the municipal, so I can be corrupt if I want to be, if I don't sign. We must just set it straight, please, Speaker, and I suggest we put it the following way, that the municipal manager and all senior managers. Just put that in there.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the proposer, who is Councillor Leroux, if you can go on record with that amendment, please?
I propose with the amendment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the seconder to go on record with the amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second also.
Thank you very much. We will then include the word municipal manager. Opening up for questions and comments. Councillor Gous, I see your light.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP welcomes this code and also will happily sign it. I think it gives effect to the spirit of the Constitution, which is actually cooperative governance in the best interest of all our residents, and the ACDP definitely supports that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Is there any objections? Agreed to. The item carries unanimously, and I will now hand over to Director Potgieter, who will facilitate the official signing ceremony for council this morning on this item. Director Potgieter.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just for the sake of logistics, to avoid any traffic jams, let us do it in an organized manner. We will start with the main table, being the executive mayor first, then the deputy executive mayor, then the speaker and the MM. Once our executives have signed, then Mr. Prince and Alderman Boyson. Thereafter, we will move in circles, starting from the whip, moving to the right side in a full circle. If the inner circle is finished, then we'll start with Councillor Velman, also in a circle up into including Ikoza. When the circle is done, it will then be executive management, also moving in a circle to the right hand. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Director Potgieter. Deputy Mayor, Executive Mayor.
Het komt van die GNU afspreker. Wat ik hier zeg. Je moet GNU het besluiten moet tekenen.
Ik moet maar jou uit die goed uit. Alsjeblieft. Ik weet niet of je nou dat gaan wagen om het voor Boeddha te zeggen.
Ik kom van gezegd. Ik weet klaar. Hij zei slavies. Gaan lekker vinnig.
Wat is die?
As ons by E3 tot die 6 is, dan ons halfpad. Wat moet speaker kom miskien nou vir dis. Dis nog 'n paar items so dan gaan ons vinnig.
Dankie.
Speaker laat hulle uit op hulle vinnig. Maar het gaan vinnig dat die mense dan kan speaker. Kom sy Karel. Julle moet sy. Enige plek daar. Ja, ons het jou hoor. Ons het jou. Jy was al baie sulke goed op jou. Okay.
Is almal nou? Director Potgieter, is everybody concluded? Okay, thank you very much, councillors. That concludes the signing ceremony of the adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership in Local Government, and I wish to extend my gratitude for council and administration for participating and adhering to that. Thank you very much. We then move to item E329. It is the replacement of Councillor Van Dijk on the Local Labour Forum and the recommendation before Council is that Councillor Van Dijk be replaced by Councillor Botha as a member of the LLF and that Councillor Wellman be appointed as a secundi. Can I have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Annie. Can I have a seconder, please?
You do have a seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Is there any questions? No objections. Agreed to. The item carries. Item E330. Proposed new bylaw and policy. It is the Mossel Bay Municipality bylaw relating to events for 2024 and events policy. For council to consider, in front of us is the recommendations listed 1 to 9. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose the item.
Thank you very much, Alderman Delamain. Can I please ask for seconder for Alderman Delamain?
Just look left, Madam Speaker, then you will see.
Must I look left? Okay, I'm looking left. Alderman Boyson is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. Is there anybody who wishes to ask any question of clarity? I see the light of Councillor Gous. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is not supporting the events bylaw and policy in its current form. We believe that the powers given to the Mossel Bay Municipality are too vast. The policy applies to events even on private land, and although this was discussed when we had the workshop, I still feel that it's an overreach. Also due to the application fees that could place a significant burden on small and independent event organisers, stifling creativity and local initiatives. And then regarding the vagueness in definitions and enforcement which can be subjectively interpreted. For those reasons, the ACDP does not support it in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Your position is recorded. As such, the ACDP is on record that they are against. Is there any other questions? Anybody else who wishes to go on record? I am going to put this to a vote. It is the proposal of a new bylaw and policy relating to events. The ICDP has indicated that they are against. The item has been proposed for approval by Alderman Delamain and seconded by Alderman Boysen. Can I please have, by the show of hands, an indication who is in support of that proposal, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. 21. Thank you very much. In support is 21. Does the other colleagues wish to go on record? The ANC?
ANC abstain.
The ANC is abstaining. Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, do you wish to go on
Thank you,
record?
Speaker. Seeing that this will go out for public participation, the Patriotic Alliance will abstain.
Will also abstain. Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. Then with a majority, the item thus carries. It will also indeed go out for public participation. Item E331, proposed amendments, a leave policy. It is for council to consider and approve. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard? Proposer of the leave policy.
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Can I have a seconder, please?
I will second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Botha. Is there any questions of clarity from this policy? Any objections to it? None agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. We are then at item E332, deceased estates, transfer to beneficiaries. Recommendations listed 1 to 3. Can I please ask for a proposer in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose item E332 for November 2024 for acceptance.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. Councillor Buddha, I see your light.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we support this. But I want just to clarity in 5 accounts. I was reading this. When you spoke about 5 accounts, what do you mean? Is out. We support it.
Okay. There is under discussion and motivation on page 2878. There is the second last paragraph. It says, it is therefore proposed that 5 accounts be identified by the CFO and Revenue Services, and then as a trial project, the late estates be dealt with and the property be transferred to the beneficiary. In other words, 5 municipal accounts of account holders at the municipality. But I'll ask the CFO to respond. And, okay, ons skryf het nou maar neer. We have lots of lights there. So that's the first question by Councillor Buddha. Then I see the light of Councillor Porter. You may proceed, Councillor Porter.
Speaker, I don't have a question. We're welcoming this item. If memory serves correct, we want to commend the ANC who brought this matter to council sometime earlier this year or late last year. While our residents, particularly the poor, are struggling in this regard, it remains imperative for the municipality to have the living residents accountable for their municipal dues. The municipality may spend in this process, but in retrospect, eliminate the vast number of non-payments of municipal accounts, including writing off arrears of the deceased. In doing so, we certainly will move compliance to municipal accounts in the upward direction. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter, indicating absolute support to the item. I see the light of Councillor Krieger and then Councillor Gous in that order.
Baie dankie, Madam Speaker. Ek wil ook net hierdie net op sê dat ons is baie opgewonde oor hierdie item. ek dink ons het vroeër toe ons het discuss het vroeër hierdie jaar het ons ook gesê dat nou kan ons die regte mense accountable hou vir hulle municipal rights en ja, daar's klomp probleme met hierdie, daar's baie mense wat wil betaal maar hulle word nie verantwoordelik gehou nie. So ek wil ook net weet hoe gaan die 5 accounts geïdentifieer word of gaan dit randomly wees, maar dit is definitief 'n goeie een hierdie en ek is baie opgewonde.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krieger, also indicating that ICOSA is welcoming the item. Also adding to what Councillor Buddha asked, how will the 5 accounts will be identified? Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP has also dealt with this issue on numerous occasions by being contacted by members in the community, and it is quite a process, but I also just want to commend the municipality. The administration have been always very helpful in assisting when we've had to deal with these matters. And while we support initiatives aimed at assisting the community, we do recognize that there might be challenges regarding this item. Such as identifying the rightful beneficiaries, resolving estate disputes, and ensuring beneficiary cooperation. And this will need to be addressed to avoid delays and legal conflicts. We support the trial project as a step towards sustainable solution, but urge that a thorough cost-benefit analysis and compliance with all legal frameworks be integral to the process. As much as we want to help and should help, we cannot bypass steps or undermine the legal structures that govern our responsibilities. And then I want to concur with the item as well as with what Councillor Porter has said, that I do believe this is a step in the right direction to address our cash flow issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous.
Madam Speaker, if I may have a turn, please.
Yes,
Madam
Finance
Speaker, I would
Chairperson.
like to make a correction. This was not one party that done this. This policy has been coming a while, Madam Speaker. This has been brought by the Housing Department, OB, that has been looking at this. It has been addressed in council previous years. And yes, the ANC did bring it up. They did bring a motion, but this was started out by OB, which is Democratic Alliance member. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think the Executive Deputy Mayor was ready there for his light to say it, and you said it on his behalf. Indeed, as the chairperson, he did, and as Councillor Gous also indicated, she also championed it. So one can say it has been a collective effort indeed. I will ask the CFO to respond in terms of the identification of the 5 accounts. How will that process work? And then Councillor Gous is the last speaker then to this item. Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to comment on the surprising regularity with items that are brought to Council by other parties that the DA then have actually told us they've been busy with it for such a long time. It's just surprising that it only gets brought to the Council chamber by the opposition parties.
Noted, Councillor Gous. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Speaker, thanks. I just want to say the CFO hasn't been here for long. He might not have the full background. Speaker, the management is of the opinion that the best people to identify who the 5 beneficiaries for the trial is should be the finance department, because they're working with indigents every day. So that's why we suggested they do it, and they will obviously do it in collaboration with myself and other departments in the municipality.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. There is no other lights. There are no objections to this item. This is absolutely welcoming. I think the whole of the community will definitely appreciate this council decision this morning, because there's lots and lots of people struggling around this issue. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Buddha. You stood up, you were standing up that day in council chambers when you carried in the motion. Councillors, we then move to item E333. In front of council is the proposed alienation of a portion of the farm 220/249 in Mossel Bay, which is situated adjacent to Earth 5635 in Kwanungaba by J and J Kibadu. The recommendations are listed for council to consider. 1 to 14, can I please ask for a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you, all the lady writers. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have a seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. If there is none, no objections, agreed to, we then move, the item carries. Item E334, points 1, 2, and 3, proposed alienation of a portion of 1452, which is situated adjacent to 1466 in Great Break River by Mr. L. Oosthuizen. 2. Proposed alienation of a portion of 1452, situated adjacent to 1465 in Great Break River, Eureka Park by Mr. J.J. and Mrs. J.E. Miller. 3. Proposed alienation of a portion of 1452 in Great Break River, situated adjacent to 1511, also in Eureka Park by Mr. T. and Mrs. N. Jordan. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose item E334 with its 3 parts for exception.
Executive Deputy Mayor proposing for approval. Can I please ask for seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second also the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Annie. Opening up for questions of clarity. Any comments on the item? I see no light. Yes, Councillor Mkuntu, there is a light. You can proceed, Councillor Mkuntu.
Madam Speaker, I just need the clarity. It's an encroachment. Can you just give the director through you just to explain?
Okay, thank you very much. It is an encroachment. Yes, indeed. Director Venter, would you like to comment?
No, it's an encroachment, yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mkuntu.
Madam Speaker, it seems as if Director Plan me now. He normally came with items that only encroachment. He no longer sell the big land now. So I don't have words.
Okay, ja. Okay, raad, is beginningkie vandag, nee? Laaste raadsvergadering. There is no objections to this item. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. We then on item E335, proposed alienation of a... Skus toch, jammer. Ons is by item E334. Ek het hom klaar afgehandel. Ons is nou by item E335.
Yes,
Goed.
Speaker, before
Yes.
you proceed with that item, in terms of Rule 65(1), may I ask that Council adjourn for the period of 1 hour?
Of 1 hour. Item E335, you're asking. Okay, can we make that 30 minutes?
30 minutes, yes,
30
Speaker.
minutes, okay. Councillors, we at the half mark now.
Oh, okay.
We're now going to break for tea, and I would like to welcome you. There's something to eat in the mayor's foyer. We break for 30 minutes. Thank you very much. You can take a seat, have a cool drink, and some snacks.
Madam Speaker, I support the day.
and so on. I don't
Thank you very much, colleagues. Council will now reconvene. Sir, can you please take your seat in the gallery? Thank you very much, everybody. Matthews and Ronell, we will now reconvene the council meeting. We are on item E335. In front of council is the proposed alienation of a portion of the road reserve situated on Earth 16841, which is adjacent to Earth 16878 in Island View, situated at number 11 Henning Street in Mossel Bay by C&A Brink. The recommendations are listed for council to consider 1 to 14. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Can I please have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain, thank you very much. Opening up for questions of clarity. Any objections? Agreed to, we move. Thank you very much. Item E336, the application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 2001 situated at Elof Drive adjacent to Friday Street, Extension 8 in Mossel Bay by the Rastafarian Community Trust of Mossel Bay. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Councillor Meyer proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Councillor Setunsha is seconding. I'm opening up for questions or any comments. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP opposes the further lease of this land to the community mentioned here for several reasons. Chief amongst are the fact that from what I could see when I visited the area, the land hasn't been utilized in the past, and we now are extending a lease with no guarantee that they will use it as proposed in the future. And then the second thing is the proximity to a creche. I understand that the growing of medical plants will not just be cannabis, but I assume cannabis would be one of them, and I'm concerned about the legal implications of that because of the fact of the Constitutional Court allowing for the growth for personal use on personal property, but it doesn't speak to the growth of it on public land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Your comments and input is well noted and recorded as such. The position of the ACDP is that they are against. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want just to be sure, 2001 plot. Is this plot in front of the court?
No.
Oh, in the Kloof. Okay, I see that in the Kloof.
This one here in the
Where
Kloof where you go through before you get reduced school.
Okay, because Chairperson, when we were walking from next door to Makiva, this land, all in front of the court there, the Rastafarian, they said, this is our land. They don't want to see anyone there.
No,
the Rastafarian.
No,
yeah, they say so because they are visible. I say, it's your land. They say, it's our land. We don't see anyone.
No. Director Vento, would you like to confirm?
No, it's confirmed.
Thank you
it's
very
not
much.
that land.
It's not that land and it's not their land. Not against. Thank you very much. The item carries, being proposed by Councillor Meyer, seconded by Councillor Setunsha. The ICDP is against. It is recorded as such. Item E337, proposed amendment of clause 3.2 of the notarial lease agreement between the Mossel Bay Municipality and the Western Cape Community Education and Training College for a portion of Earth 9060, which is situated adjacent to Protea Park in Extension 23, Macaulay Street. The recommendations listed for Council to consider. Can I ask for a proposal, please?
I will propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady Reuters. Can I have a seconder for Elder Lady Reuters?
Yes, Speaker, you do have a seconder.
Councillor Bavuma, thank you very much. Opening up for questions and comments. No objections. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. Item E338, amendment of clause 3.1 of the deed of sale between the Mossel Bay Municipality and Fred Minnick for a portion of earth 9106, and it is situated adjacent to the Indoor Sports Centre in Sampson Street, extension 23. Front of Council for consideration, we have the recommendations 1 to 3. Can I please ask for a proposer?
I propose, Madam Speaker.
Elder Lady Reuters, can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Speaker, I second.
Councillor Bavuma, opening up for questions of clarity and comments. No objections, agreed to. Thank you very much. The item carries. Item E339, proposed alienation of a portion of municipal commonage, portion of earth 2001, situated adjacent to earth 18552 in Koninklip Street, extension 26, by T. Cajanio. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Speaker, I will propose item E339.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Is there a seconder for Councillor Bavuma?
Yes, I
Elder
second.
Lady Reuters, thank you very much. Opening up for questions and comments. No objections. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. Item E340. As dit omdat ons nou 'n preek gehad het. That's on a lighter note. No. I would draw that, colleagues. Thank you very much. Item E340, proposed delineation of a portion of earth 20521 in Mossel Bay. It's in Albert Lutuli, situated adjacent to earth 20181 in Mossel Bay. Hoe sê MM? Kunguza. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvumvu. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Mvumvu?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Councillor Wellman, opening up for questions and comments. No objections, agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. Item E341, amendment of resolution E223 of August 2024 for the proposed delineation of a portion of earth 10142. It is a road reserve and registration of a servitude in Mossel Bay, situated adjacent to earth 10108 by J. Prinsloo. Can I ask for a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Can I please have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Setunsa. Opening up for questions of clarity and comment. I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed. Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item was in council previously and then was referred back. I'd like to just get clarity on what changes were made to the item before it came back to this agenda. And then I'd also like to, I assume that the map would be in the committee agenda. I unfortunately never had an opportunity to go and look at that, but can we just get clarity on the paved parking that's going to be donated to the Mossel Bay Municipality, which I welcome. Is that across the road from the building, or is it still on that section of ground? And then also the role of the municipality in this whole rezoning process. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Gous. Is there Councillor Kutsia?
Madam Speaker, the parking that's proposed is on the opposite side of Harry Miller Street of this relevant earth. which will be adjacent to 21st Avenue. And the parking is to be developed by the developer themselves and then handed over to technical services as a municipal asset. Then, if I recall correctly, this item wasn't referred back. This item, the council did take a decision, and then from there, the applicant applied to amend the previous aspects that was decided by council, and that is why the item is back with us.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Follow up, Councillor Gous.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just then what the amendment was, if the ward councillor could assist us with that, and then I asked about the role of the municipality with the rezoning process there.
Thank you very much. I will ask Councillor Kutsia to give that clarity and perhaps Director Venter to add on around the rezoning.
Madam Speaker, I think around the changes, I think that would be better if Director Venter could answer to that. With regards to the rezoning, this is a private rezoning application and it's got no involvement from the municipality side. So, yes, it goes through the normal land use application process as for any other rezoning by a private person.
Thank you very much. Director Venter.
Thank you, Speaker. If I recall correctly, the initial item was before council was there were conditions in the decision by council relating to the number of learners in the facility, and then there was also restrictions placed on the type of facilities, and then according to that, the applicant then reconsidered his application, and that is what is in front of council then today. Is with that. So that was that. In terms of a rezoning, yes, it's for the applicant to do that. It's not for the municipality.
Thank you for that clarity. You covered Councillor Gous. You are not against the item. Any other questions? No objections. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. We are then on item E342. Application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 6118 situated at the corner of Umtata Crescent and Karelse Street in Asla Park, Wanungaba by Rich Reward Leasing Pty Ltd. Recommendations in front of council to consider. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Speaker, I propose item 342.
Councillor Bavuma is proposing. Can I please have a seconder?
Yes, sir, Madam Speaker, I do second.
Councillor Satunsha is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. Any objections? Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. Item E343 in front of council is the report on the process to resolve the property ownership issues at Fremesheim. The report is in front of council with the recommendations listed 1 to 2. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
As the ward council, I propose, Speaker.
The ward councillor is proposing. Can I please have a seconder for the ward councillor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But before I second, I just want to commend our planning department as well as our legal department for resolving this problem which came on a long time, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much for those two departments, and with that I second the proposal.
Seconded by Executive Deputy Mayor with a vote of thanks to the planning and legal department. I am opening up for questions and comments on the item. Any objections? None. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. We move. Item E344. Application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 1040 in Little Brack River, situated at Meyringspoort Avenue, which is not in Beaufort West or waar. Vryuitsig Little Brack River by Rich Reward Leasing. Can I please also propose in this regard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As ward councillor, I propose and
also
Ward
marked.
Councillor proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do, Councillor Kannemeyer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. I am opening up for questions of clarity and comments by council. Is there any objections to this item? None agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E345. Front of council is the cancellation of the lease agreement of Earth 14099, which is municipal property situated in McKinnery Street in Mossel Bay by the Mossel Bay Boerdorp Neighborhood Watch. The recommendations are listed 1 to 4 for consideration. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item, please.
Councillor Kutsi is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Councillor Botha is seconding. Thank you very much. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments on this item. Is there any objections? There's none agreed to. The item carries. We move. Item E346. Application for the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 1712 in Kwanangaba. It's situated adjacent to Watson Avenue in Kwanangaba, Mossel Bay, by the Mossel Bay Initiation Forum. The recommendations for consideration in front of council is listed 1 to 16. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I propose the item.
Councillor Mvumvu is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
This side, Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you for the municipality for amakwenka amatoda. Baie dankie vir die inisiatief want ons sien oral gaan daar net huise op en daar 'n stuk grond gekonsider word vir ons geloof. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson, for seconding. Is there any questions of clarity? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP made their position clear when this previously came to council, and we haven't changed our mind, so we do not support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ACDP is on record. Not supporting. Is there any other questions? No inputs? Yes, Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker, I like this item because these items talk about our culture, and it's one of the responsibility of this municipality to make sure that we have land to practice our culture. So as we know that in our culture, you will be a boy, then from the boy will be a man. You need the land to practice that thing. So in Kwanongaba, we've been always struggle because there's a lot of development that will take place. We've struggled to understand where we will be. Then the land that will be practicing this initiative like this of our cultures. So I'm a little disturbed by the people that will say they not support this thing.
Thank you for your input and comments made. It's noted. Is there any other questions? No. The ICDP is on record and we record as such, not in support. The item carries with a majority vote. Thank you very much. Item E347, application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of Earth 3069 and Earth 3070 in Mossel Bay, situated at Market Street by the Mossel Bay Tourism. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, as well as to the excellent work that Mossel Bay Tourism is doing, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you very much, ward councillor. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and comments. No objections? Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. Item E348. Proposed exchange of a portion of the Farm 129 1/171 in Greenhaven. This is municipal property for a portion of earth 1547 in Greenhaven. The property of B.I. and J. Mossel, situated at Azalea Street in Greenhaven. Okay, so it's a proposed exchange. Recommendations in front of council to consider listed. Can I ask for a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose item E3484 for approval.
Proposed by the Executive Deputy Mayor. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second by the ward councillor. Thank you, Speaker.
Ward councillor is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments on this item. Any objections? Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No objection. We want just that to make sure that all ward councillors, they must not leave the ward committee behind.
Thank you for your input. Don't leave the ward committee behind. The item carries. Thank you very much. We are on item E349. Report on condition of building situated on Earth 328. It's on a portion of Earth 24 in Herbertsdale by the Herbertsdale Fynbos Trust. Our recommendations in front of council is listed for consideration. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose, and I will also add my thanks as the ward councillor and on behalf of the community to legal services, the MM, and all the directors who assisted with us getting clarity on this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ward councillor is proposing with a vote of thanks to all the role players. Can I have a seconder for the ward councillor, please?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer. I'm opening up for comments, questions of clarity, and I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP isn't opposed to the manner in which we're going to handle this item if it's accepted by Council. My concern is the fact that this building was left in this condition to become dilapidated and a concern in the community for safety risk, etc. I've asked before what kind of register the Mossel Bay Municipality keeps with contracts and leases that we have, and this speaks again to that, because the Mossel Bay Municipality was supposed to have a trustee on the board. That person left the employ of the Mossel Bay Municipality and wasn't replaced on the board. So our interests were not looked after. And I'd like to know what steps the Mossel Bay Municipality is going to take to prevent this type of thing in the future, because we've already lost a significant amount of money in Joe Slovo with that building that went the same route, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Councillor Botha.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I may just provide some more clarity.
Okay.
I think the deed of trust said only the first list of trustees would include a representative from the municipality. It was silent on what happened thereafter. So that was no longer a municipal project. It was launched by province. You can see also in the trust deed, if the building, if the trust should disband, it would revert back to province. So it was not a municipal project. We are only the ones who are trying to figure out and come to a practical solution now, with that thing standing there and a trust that it's inactive for years.
Thank you very much for your clarity. It's accepted by Councillor Gous. No objections to this item. Councillor Krieger.
Ja, Madam Speaker, baie dankie. Ek bly nou bestel so ek weet van hierdie gebou af en wat daar gebeur en hoe die mense ongelukkig is oor dit. Ek wil net vra, Madam Speaker, die herinner na die chief op toe. Is daar nie van die toekoms gaan ons dit weer kan gebruik vir gemeenskapsprojekte, gaan mense kan kom met nuwe proposals van ja, ons het elke ding nodig wat ons kan kry daar in daai gemeenskap.
Baie dankie, Raadslid Krieger. Raadslid Krieger verneem dan of die gebouw weer aangewend gaan worden.
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to the councillor and to everyone, just some background information. The building burned down and notice was served on it by the municipality that it's regarding that if it is to be used again, you'd need an engineer to give a report that say the building is structurally sound and safe for use. Also, as this property will inevitably revert back to province, because I don't see the trust coming to life again. Its criteria in the trust deed are too harsh when calling the amount of people that would need to attend the meeting. So the only option would be that it reverts back to province, and that there are already proposals I've received from the community, and I've asked that they be included with communication to province then.
Thank you, Board Councillor.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, but obviously the matter would then be up to province to decide. We can't confirm or say.
That's fine.
Are you covered?
Yes.
You don't want to add? Okay, thank you. So the community proposals will be promoted to province then. Thank you very much. No objection to this item. Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. We are now on item E350. Application for the lease of a municipal, situated. Application for the lease of a municipal substation, which is situated on a portion of Earth 388 at the corner of Olkers and J.B. Miller Street in Little Brack River, and this is by the Midbrack Neighborhood Watch. Can I please ask for a proposal in terms of the recommendations before council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose item E350, and we are really pleased to do it also.
Thank you, Councillor Annie, for proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I gladly support the item.
Thank
Seconded.
you, Alderman Delamain. Is there any questions from council on this item? No objections? Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. We then move to item E351. Application for the departure of Schedule 32 of the bylaw relating to outdoor advertising and signage. This is for a service station sign by Astron Energy on Earth 12268 in Dalmeida. Can I please ask for a proposer in terms of the recommendations listed 1 to 3?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Ward Councillor proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions? I see the lights of Councillor Gous and Councillor Mkuntu in that order. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Despite the fact that this item has been in council and is now back after public participation, the ACDP does not support it due to the Mossel Municipality's broader urban design principles. We don't see why the company cannot now just comply with, they're relying on the word rebranding instead of replacement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. ACDP is on record that they're not in support. It is noted and recorded as such. Councillor Mkuntu?
Madam Speaker, ndicela uthetha.
Dis reg so. You can proceed, thank you.
Oh, Madam Speaker, ndicela nje ukwazi into yokuba njengoba le item ilapha kuthi lo muntu ucela apha kwi-council ndinethemba into yokuba akaka-advertise okanye mandibuze ngolu hlobo umuntu angakwazi ukuqhubekeka a-advertise abe i-councillor engekathathi isigqibo. Kumbuzo wami endinawo ndine-follow ndizaba after lo mbuzo ndizakucela ndiphinde ndenze i-follow up.
Thank you very much for your question. Directeur Venter, het u die vragie reg gekry? Can I have the light for Director Venter, please, Councillor Mkhulu?
Speaker, if I understand correctly, the question is if a person, and I believe it is the applicant in this instance, may proceed advertising without council resolution on the matter. So in general it is no, but of course there are grey areas like all instances. We must remember that this is just a replacement of an existing sign, a new branding on an existing sign. So I believe in this instance it does need council approval, which is something that they've applied for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Venter. Councillor Botha, and then I'll allow for your follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just through you to remind Council that we've already approved 2 previous items for the same company regarding the same matter. So it would be quite strange if we approved the previous 2 and then refused this one and the next item as well.
Thank you very much. That's noted. We have, yes, the next one is also on Astron, E352. Councillor Mkontu, do you have a follow-up?
The reason why I was asking, Madam Speaker, I've noticed even the one that is in Fort Pie, the one that the applications, the time the process was still in council, they already have those advert, even this one that you are talking about. So that's why I'm asking whether when they give, they apply for permit to advertise. In that process, they were not supposed to wait up until the council take a decision. That's my query. Now, when I'm checking in all these, even in Talmeda, the one that we're talking.
Councillor, anything else?
Speaker, if you allow me, just why I specifically said rebranding is because when you consider outdoor advertising applications, one of the main things you consider is the impact of that advertising sign on the general surrounding and those people passing it. So it's a rebranding. So the impact was already established with the previous signs already there, and therefore we feel confident in presenting to council what is in here today, because the impact is already established.
Thank you very much. Noted. Raadslid het nog 2 vragen gevraagd, laatste vraag, nee?
Yeah. So that means it's just to do for compliance. They can do, even if, as he is mentioning, that they've been already other companies there. So now they are just doing for compliance.
Director Venter, would you like to confirm if it's a compliance matter or not?
Speaker, now the item is before council. Thank you.
Very technical. Thank you very much. Is the INC in support or against this item? We then the item for ICDP and it as 3 application scheduled to outdoor and sign it. It on now please have
and the investment of a company of this within Mossel Bay, and as it is an aesthetic improvement on the landscape, I would gladly propose this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The AC not that ready C1 so this is any
ACD in any other job supporting such thing. 3 also by Municipality document have a second seconding, opening up for questions of clarity and comments. Any objections? Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. We are then on item E354, minutes of the meeting of the Participating Municipalities Committee, established in terms of the Waste Disposal Agreement in October 2024. I saw there was also a site visit done by all the stakeholders. Recommendations for council to consider. For cognizance only, can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I propose the minutes.
Alderman Boyson is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Councillor Botha is seconding. Any questions from the minutes? No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much. We are then on item E355. Local Government Circular C 2022 of 2024, the determination of the number of councillors per municipality in the Western Cape Province. As per the Provincial Gazette Extraordinary 8999 dated 6 November 2024. The recommendations listed 1 to 5 and also the Western Cape Government document attached. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Councillor Botha proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Our second speaker.
Councillor Klaasen seconding. Any questions of clarity? Councillor Gous.
No questions, Speaker. Just a hope that I'd like to express that of the four new councillors, that some of them might be ACDP, so I can spread the workload.
Baie goeie gap raadslid Gous. Baie mooi. Thank you for that comment. No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much. Okay, my apology. I withdraw. Item E355, Councillor Mkontus on the floor. You may proceed.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I just want to get a clarity. The 4 councillors that will be adding, whether will come from the ward or as come as a PR, because my understanding the ACTP is only winning as a PR.
Councillor Mkontu, you must know how this works. But let me give to the council whip an opportunity to explain, as he also formed part of that committees and discussions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I can't speak on behalf of any other government entity, but how it usually works, if you take the number of councillors and you divide it by 2, that's the amount of ward councillors there will be. Those are the guidelines they use.
To the point, thank you very much. The item carries. We are then on item E356, which is the progress report for the Garden Walk Mall Development constructions by the Moolman Group. The recommendations listed 1 to 4, and the annexure marked A is there for council to take cognizance and also resolve on. Can I please have a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to propose this item.
Councillor Annie is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, this side, Madam Speaker. I second it. Thank you for job creation.
Alderman Boyson, seconding. Can I open up for questions of clarity, comments? Any objections? None. Agreed to. Thank you very much. We then move. Item E357, National State of Disaster, Foodborne Illnesses, spaza shops and street vendors. Okay, we have the report marked Annexure A, and then the recommendations listed 1 to 7. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have indeed. I proposed.
Alderman Boyson, can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Executive Deputy Mayor, opening up for questions and comments. See the light of Councillor Porter, you may proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this national state of disaster emanates from a state of ignorance, a state of reluctance, a state of you don't tell us how to do things, a state of this doesn't affect us, a state of political paralysis. This country could have been saved from the loss of lives, This country knows very well when, where, and by who a concerted effort through campaign has brought this matter to the attention of all authorities. There is no authority that can claim that at a time when the things that later stated causing this national state of disaster, including the loss of lives, were made public, action should not be taken. Instead, this municipality is the only municipality that took action. Action against a man, a member of civil society, a leader who stood up while those employed to ensure the safety of our citizens remained relaxed. This very issue, which he campaigned against when he started it 13 January 2022, hit the realm of genocide against our people, where authorities, including our municipality, realized that their reluctance is putting them in the spotlight, chained them to accountability. We think of 4-month-old baby Asuzule Nklantla, who died after eating a yogurt from a spaza shop. Authorities failed in their duty to do an immediate toxicology report after being informed of the yogurt, the very same reluctance we saw when the campaign against rotten food and foodstuffs was started. Baby Asuzulu's death doesn't even reflect in these writings of local and national reports. Is it perhaps because she's from Mossel Bay? The 9 minor school kids from our very community in Kwanungaba, Imikaya Primary School, is not mentioned. These black children as our children, they are family of ours. It cannot be that we want to report on only the good things and be oblivious of the wrongs. This town and its municipality is called upon to lead the country in this crisis. As a municipality, we have awakened, but the pace in which things are happening is still of concern. Those who are employed must be held accountable. Reports of this relevant Garden Route municipality comes in seasons, whereas we need daily operations with strict monthly reporting mechanisms. This matter can get very serious on our street. We as the municipality must take full charge. The PA started it in 2022. Let us now join forces, as this is a societal issue and not political. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter, for your input and comments made with reference to the report. You are not against the item? No. Thank you very much. Councillor Mkontu, and then Councillor Gous and Councillor Krieger. Councillor Alderman Boyson in that order. Thank you very much. And Councillor Van Dijk, sorry. So let me first just see Councillor Mkontu and then Councillor Van Dijk. Yeah, as you lucky flicker, as you spreek weer. Okay. Got lots of speakers on the matter. Councillor Mkontu, proceed.
Madam Speaker, through you, I just want to ask the question to the Community Service Department. Can be the chairperson or the director. Whether the business that are happening in our areas, most of them, they are people from, will call foreigners. I just want to understand in terms of Immigration Act, are allowed to do business. Secondly, the question that I have, it will be the type of food that they are selling. Can they just clarify to us? Maybe they normally get the reports when they are doing the inspection. What the type of food that they are selling is from which companies or the manufacturers of those food that normally they are sell on those shops. That's the other request that I have is not a question. I've seen that the strategy of whatever will come with the officials. I request to have what to call, I don't know whether it will be a workshop, it's normally a policy workshop, but I will request to, at least before to come to council, let's have a workshop so that we can engage more.
An information session. Okay. 2 questions, Director Nel. The one is on the, it's on the products, and then in terms of the not workshop, nationality of the Immigration Act, if they are allowed to be shop owners and sell. So those are the 2 questions, Director Nel. Visa is no way. Okay. Well, would you like to respond? We take one question at a time. Okay. Thank you very much. Can I have the red light for Director Nel? That gaan ons seker lank wees, ja. So, Director Nel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I saw that Councillor Van Dijk had his light on immediately, and he is more involved with the actions itself. So I think it would be good if he can respond, if you will allow it like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Van Dijk, would you then respond to the first 2 questions? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'll make general comments if that's okay with you. I think it'll give us a starting point as to where we are. I think Mossel Bay as a municipality has been one of the first to actually bring this to council. I was in a session with Minister Schlabisa and the Deputy Minister on behalf of the Mayor 3 days ago, where 536 participants were participating, so it was quite a difficult task at hand, with a relevant 10-point plan. What I should mention is that we've always acted within the framework and the mandate of what is allowed according to law. And that is what we've been executing all along. I can say that various operations have been brought about, various shops have been raided, various goods have been taken, confiscated, but there is a rule of law in terms of how you do this. It is a diversified task team that is taking care of the current operations, which includes K9, the Department of Health, it includes Immigration, Sea Border, SAPS, and a range of other officials. So getting back to some of the questions with regards to immigration, it is a huge concern that immigrants are executing and running these businesses, not only in Mossel Bay, but right across the country, which is a great concern. And that is why immigration is involved. Maybe I should say a legal process has been put out in terms of how this should be done, in terms of zoning schemes, in terms of how we allow business licenses, and then how do we check going forward. So it's not a Mossel Bay phenomenon, as the councillor earlier spoke, as rightfully mentioned, but it's a problem that needs to be addressed in the right manner, within the right framework. And I think that we have always been doing, even before this was declared as a state of disaster. So I want to give council the assurance that most of the operations are executed. You might not see all of it all the time, but there's about 4 to 5 operations daily at this point in time operating in most of the areas. That includes all areas and all wards. It's not only in wards 1, 2, 3. It's happening in Ward 10, in my own ward. It's happened in Ward 4 yesterday, where we closed 5 of them. So it's happening all over. And we've just got to get to grips with all of this and deploy manpower and make sure that we are sensitive to the issues at hand within the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. The red light, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when we're discussing the lives of people, I really don't want to get involved in a pointing of fingers. So I would like to just express my thanks that action is finally being taken. But it would be amiss of me not to mention the fact that when the person that the PA councillor now mentioned did in desperation take matters into his own hand, instead of the health department of the Garden Route District Municipality coming on board, they chose rather to lay a complaint with this municipality, and the councillor was investigated, disciplined, and fined an enormous amount. I still think it's absolutely outrageous. I'm grateful that we are now at a place where the severity has been realized, and I'm grateful also, but I also want to point out that it's critical that governance realizes the critical seriousness of fulfilling their constitutional mandated responsibilities regarding health. I would also like to express the ACDP condolences to parents who have lost children. It's a blight on us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, for your comments and input made. It's noted and recorded as such. Councillor Krieger.
Ja, ek dink hierdie enetjie is vir ons almal baie moeilik omdat daar kinders dood was, jammer, collega's. Children died. Dis nie net 'n Mossel Bay issue nie. Dis 'n nasionale krisis. Ek wil net weet wat is daar nou hierdie rapport, ek het seker nog nie gelees reg nie. Is daar 'n moratorium wat ons kan opsit op die mense wat wil aansoek doen vir besighede? Ons kan sê ons gaan nie meer aansoeke vat nie behalwe die illegal mense wat maar in elk geval moet gestop word. Maar as ek nou kom as 'n besigheidseienaar en ek sê ek wil aansoek doen vir 'n takshop, kan ons nie net iewers stop en sê hou vas eers, want op elke hoek en draai is daar 'n winkel. There's a shop. And then the other thing is your big wholesale places. They are selling sell-by items just before it expires, a week before it expires. Then the spar shop owners come and they buy it with a big discount. Now they have to push to sell it. So the big wholesalers are also a problem. So I don't know how the government is going to regulate that, but it's a big thing that needs to be addressed. But for me now, we don't want any more shops in our communities, especially spaza shops. We have too much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krieger, asking in terms of a moratorium on approval for small businesses. I don't know who will be assisting in that regard. And then the issue around, it is so. I don't know how we might possibly have insight into wholesalers, but that's a point well taken. Thank you very much, Councillor Krieger. Municipal Manager.
Speaker, note the only addition I want to make is that the Department of Cocta actually sent correspondence also that they expected municipalities to implement bylaws within a 21-day period. Now, obviously, we were in a meeting where the National Minister were, myself and Mayor. It's impossible to institute bylaws within 21 days. It's a legal process that needs to be followed. So they are busy now, and as many speakers said, the national government has woken up now to understand the the hugeness of this problem, and they're doing their best to put things in place. They're looking at regulating township economies which will address spaza shops or any other type of business in townships. So we're waiting for that to come, Speaker. We are busy with it. It will take some time. I don't foresee that we will do it before next year. But the MMC and our departments, they are, as is mentioned there, they are doing daily operations, and some of us see the effect of it. Some of us see the results of it. They are doing a very, very good job. And also, I must thank the other, it's a multidisciplinary task team, councillors. I must thank, the other day, the people from immigration stopped here in front. They got beautiful cars. So it's all of them working together to see how they can combat this evil, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are indeed correct. The severity of the matter has now gotten all role players on board from a government perspective. Councillor Mkontu, last bite.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think I must say that I raise a question. Let's say maybe I'm not satisfied with the answer, but my request, when we go to the information session, they can please answer those questions. But I also have another question. If they're not answering this one, currently the shops, we are all we abide by the law, all of us. Currently, which law that allow them to operate? That's another question I have.
Yes, thank you. Which law, as they are foreigners, which law allows them to do so? How do they? Executive Mayor.
Chairperson, it's a difficult question that the council asked. We know that South Africa has a free market system. And I think if we look at the zoning in Mossel Bay, some of these houses, and Mr. Venter must help, are already zoned for house shops that can operate from them. I think a huge area of us. But what we're doing now, if we go in and we find that something is wrong, as I've mentioned, we have a multidisciplinary task team. We have our law enforcement, we have Garden Route, we've got SAPS, we've got the immigration department, the National Department of Immigration that looks at whether they are legal or not legal. And the different entities apply their different laws and bylaws as far as it's concerned. So the only answer I can give you is some of our houses, the areas in Mossel Bay, gives the owner the right to trade from his house. I don't know if Mr. Venter want to add to it.
Thank you very
Speaker.
much. The Executive Mayor wants to comment.
Speaker, yeah, thank you very much. I think the bottom line is that, yes, we've got a free market system in this country. People need to obviously apply and then adhere to the rules before they can get a license. Then there's various matters on the table. The one is obviously of food that's expired or almost expired. But then the other matter that is currently actually the main concern is obviously poison that's found in foods. And that is in one of the MINMA meetings about a week or two ago, where I've also asked that, and we're not dealing here with expired food, this is poison that's been found in foods. And the district and ourselves and the local police can obviously use the legislation and implement the legislation that is available to us or what is within our ambit. But the South African police services and detectives should also come to the party, and that's maybe on a broader scale, because the products are not being manufactured. Maybe it is in Mossel Bay, but I don't think so, because the products are being sold throughout the country, and it's most probably counterfeit, because we see that these poison or foreign pills, some strange pills, are being found in various packets of chips, even in packets of chips that's mainstream brands, which is most probably counterfeit. So somewhere somebody is manufacturing these foods, and then it gets obviously sold by the spaza shops. They might be knowing, they might not be knowing. But somewhere in the supply chain, there's an issue. And that's where we are only putting a plaster over the problem here. First of all, we should have dealt with borders not being open for people to walk over. Secondly, we should not have allowed foreign people who's not legal in the country to have shops. So there's various agencies that should take responsibility. You cannot expect now of a municipality to all of a sudden implement a bylaw and then think the problem is gonna go away. That's putting a plaster over the problem. And lastly, I would just want to say, obviously, we could never right a wrong by doing wrong. We should always stick within our mandate, and we cannot take the law into our own hands. It's peculiar to me that we say that action's been taken when you were doing something that you're not allowed to do. I don't have the powers of a policeman. I cannot go and confiscate stuff and take it out of shops. I just don't have it, although I feel like I do. Or I feel like I'm frustrated and want to take stuff. That's just the rule of law. And we live by that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Is there any other last part, Councillor Porter?
Speaker, we already have bylaws. Why don't we just implement those bylaws? Mossel has its own set of bylaws. So, is it possible that we can just take note of that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Request from Councillor Porter to implement the relevant bylaws. Councillors, no objections to this item. It's welcome. It carries. Thank you for all the input and comments made. It's recorded. Raadslid, u gaan pudding koop vir almal as hy nou nog weer lê, nee. Hy moet op silent wees asseblief. Dankie. Item E358. Amendment of delegation of powers and duties for the period 2024 and 2025. Recommendations listed 1 and 2 for consideration of council. Can I please, together with Annex J, can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, before I make my proposal, I would just like to ask a 5-minute caucus for the DA.
5-minute caucus granted to the Democratic Alliance. Council break and will convene in 1:15. We'll be back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We now reconvening. The Democratic Alliance has requested a caucus. Councillor Botha. Dankie, raadslid Setunsa, is buite orde asseblief. The Councillor Botha has requested a 5-minute caucus from the DA, and I will now allow for him to address council with feedback. Thank you very much. Councillor Gwaza, asseblief, u moet nou ophou praat, dankie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding item E358, I'm going to ask that this item be referred back to further consider the wording, but the recommendation will also be that an amendment be to delegation PL 1.33 in terms of item E215 of 08-2024 be rescinded and that the delegation PL 1.33 prior to the amendment be effective in the meantime. That's my proposal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Botha?
Second Speaker.
The Executive Mayor is seconding. Council, the item is then withdrawn from the agenda. Thank you very much. Item E359, conditional donation, Mr. B. Van Zyl, statue, Sacred Life. The recommendations are listed from points 1 to 16.
Apologies, Speaker. Just to go back to the previous item, I think we must just take a decision on that. So that proposal that the word reads must just be accepted by council.
Okay, so the proposal was made by Councillor Botha. He amended the recommendations. It was seconded by the Executive Mayor. Is there anybody against? None accepted, and it is withdrawn. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam Speaker, withdrawn, and then with the amendment to the delegation, to the prior position, for time and for tyd en wyl.
Ek het so gevra. Yes, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, this is just coming from a place of ignorance, but how can we amend an item that isn't actually on the floor? I don't know, I'm not understanding that correctly.
Madam Speaker, if I may, assist. What we're doing is we are replacing item E358, referring back the section that is before council, and putting an alternative recommendation regarding the prior delegations being effective again.
So not the whole of the item.
So not the whole of the item, yeah. The entire item then there reads that the amendment to delegation PL 1.33 in terms of item E215 be rescinded at the delegation as it existed prior to the amendment to be effective.
Okay. Councillor Botha, can you now again please read into, can you please read to council then the amendment? Councillors, I want you to please then now take note, because we will have to resolve on it. Just to be clear, item is not being referred back. There's an amendment that we need to resolve on. Can you please now do the amendments? Thank you, Councillor Botha.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if you look on page 3038, there the effects of item E215 are listed under the discussions. So it's not blindly asking council to, if they read the agendas, they will have read that part. So we are proposing that item E358 as it is there, that be referred back, and in its place that the recommendation then reads that the amendment to delegation PL 1.33 in terms of item E215-08-2024 be rescinded, and that the delegation PL 1.33 prior to the amendment be effective.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder then?
Second Speaker.
Executive Mayor is seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity. Comments? Any objections? Councillor Gous, I see your light. You may proceed.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I'm going to abstain on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gous is abstaining. Anybody else? None agreed to. Councillor Gou's abstention is recorded. The item thus carries with the amendment. Thank you very much. Item E359, conditional donation by Mr. Van Zyl for a statue. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Speaker, thank you, and I'll propose.
Executive Mayor is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I second.
Councillor Kutsia is seconding, opening up for questions of clarity and comments. None. Is there any objections? CFO, I see your hand. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I expected Councillor Fern. Point number 9, resolution number 9, in my opinion, needs to be deleted. This is not a donation for a time that is not an asset of council.
Thank you
So
very
it can't
much.
be included in the asset of council, as I stated on the under my comments under 3042.
Thank you very much, Mr. CFO. I see the light on Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that that question was properly addressed, and if you read the recommendation thoroughly, you will read that the statute be added to the asset register and capital budget, then very important, if required, and that the necessary project proposals be registered in this regard. So if it's not required, it will not be taken up in the asset register. Thank you.
So it covers then the concern of the CFO. Yeah. The proposer is the Executive Mayor. Mayor?
Speaker, no, sorry, the CFO did mention it, and I felt this, I think it's the food. I missed it. Sorry, CFO.
Thank you very much. So the concern is then addressed in terms of the wording that reads if required. And it's not required because it's not an asset, it's a donation. Thank you very much, Mr. CFO. U is waarheid wakker. Dis goed. Absoluut. Is there any objections to this? Waar gaan dit staan? U moet ophou chocolates eet in die raadsaal. Die tyd van die dag. Councillor Kutsia, where is this going to be?
In the most beautiful ward at the point, Madam Speaker.
Ons so gedink, ja. Baie dankie. Councillors, we are then at item E360. In front of council for cognizance is the Stormwater Master Plan for Alwyntal and Island View. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the item.
Alderman Delamain is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I will second.
Ward councillor is seconding. Any questions of clarity? Yes, I see the lights of Councillor Mkoto and Councillor Gous.
Madam Speaker, I also want my word to be beautiful, like a point. Madam Speaker, I just want to know when are we going to get also the master plan, like this one, the stormwater, because our areas, as you know, when the town planning plan those houses, small yard, small pipe, everything. Most of the time, the what they call the infrastructure department, the officials there, they normally every day they go in those what because of the blockage of the sewage. And the other thing is that we have in Kosanambangi, we've been reporting that thing. The people there, they are staying there's a lot of smelling because of these things of stormwaters in Atrians. They try to fix it, that I can't remember, but they never doing in the right way because they still, that storm is coming from that and go to those informal segment and the houses around, and the people that are always on that smelling. I'm worrying because we're going to the summer now, December. They won't enjoy as we would be enjoying staying in a beautiful wards. we are not in a beautiful wards. We have, our wards is not that beautiful. So I just want to ask through you, Madam Speaker, Madam, the directors, especially the infrastructure director, when he is going to come with this plan in our ward, the master plan.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask Mr. Superman. Meneer Naidu, you must say something today in our last council meeting. Councillor Gous, okay. So you have Councillor Mkontu's question, and then I'll take Councillor Gous' question also.
Thank you, Speaker, because it is related to that. So the ACDP notes that this report is for cognizance and not for preference. That does not mean that the upgrading of the stormwater system in Alvendale is going to take precedence over the upgrading of other areas in our town. I know that we do have a plan regarding that, and I just want to make it clear that we're not approving this or taking cognizance in the sense that it will take preference over other upgrading in areas that need it more at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Mr. Naidu.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillors, yes, a master plan must be done before you implement any projects. So this will guide council as to what needs to be done in the areas. In the case of Alvensdal, the precinct plan was approved, but a lot of these developers, when submitting their applications to DEDP, actually refused to approve these developments in the absence of good information from the municipality. And we were not in a position to guide the developers. In a lot of these cases, if the development is approved by DEDP, they will implement the stormwater drainage system, but the municipality didn't have any guidance to give them. So we had to do this so that when you get an application, we're in a position to approve it. The question from Councillor Mkonto, yes, we've already we've done some assessments, and we agreed that a stormwater master plan must be done for Azla at some stage in the future. I have arranged a meeting for next week sometime to meet with Councillor Mkonto, as well as I will include the head of departments from Streets and Stormwater, as well as from the Water and Sanitation Department at the meeting. The concern around the informal houses that are built very close to the water course, that is a challenge. In fact, we will be issuing notices for some of these houses to be relocated, because it's becoming impossible to even get access into the area to maintain what you have there. So that we will be following a process to relocate some of these houses that are, very, very close to the floodplain or inside the floodplains for maintenance purposes, but also if you need to do any upgrading, if you need to put a pipe in there, you will unfortunately have to relocate some of these houses. But all of that will be addressed in the future, but next week I will provide Councillor Mkonto with more clarity around it.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu. The report is for cognizance. Is there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Mkonto.
I want to say I'm covered, but these things of in future, I don't know whether in 20...
No, we take the word of Director
So
Naidu.
let me say that Mr. Director, when he came, when we're on that meeting, maybe we'll come with an accurate date when will be.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonto. We take the word of the Director. He has not given us any reason to doubt him in the past, and we will not doubt him now. That's why we call him Superman. Thank you very much. The item carries, and Councillor Mkonto's input is noted. Director Naidu has committed to provide feedback. Councillors, there's one additional item for the open council meeting. Item E361, which came in very late yesterday. I see the light of Council Whip.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Now, in terms of the rules of order, the item is late, and my suggestion would thus be that it not serve before council at this stage.
Withdrawn proposal. Is there a seconder, please?
I support that one.
Councillor Mkontu is supporting it. Thank you. The item is withdrawn. That concludes the open council meeting business. We just have one item for in committee, and I thank the members of the public. Thank you very much